Hello and welcome back to TheElderRoles, where a bunch of online friends play a lovely little game of Elder Scrolls based homebrewed Dungeons and Dragons. I am your host of the channel, Shade, also known as Plague Doctor Shade, and here with us as usual is our lovely and terrifying and malevolent co-host and dungeon master, Soul Angel.
I'm gonna kill them this session.
Please don't.
Finally.
So, a couple of announcements. Biggest one is due to finals and with him graduating. Our lovely druid Nox Glarior will not be here this evening, as his focus is purely on finals. But we will miss him, and we'll make sure not to do anything too crazy without him. Second, and most importantly, this is a reminder to the chat, to the people that tune in, and to the people watching later on at home, which you are home, that this is a mature D&D stream, and we are all adults over the age of 18. So please keep that in mind, that this show/game will include depictions of adult themes such as drugs and alcohol use, sexual themes, psychological torment, gore, body horror, and much, much more. The DM will often but not always put up a warning before such events occur. Keep this in mind if you continue to watch. Third, this is a reminder to the chat and to anybody that actually decides to check the videos, if that's even possible, not by bot, that the music that we use in this game is merely a supposition for the main event, which is the game and the players and the story. The music that we use is an add-on, and it is pulled from many different sources, one of them, of course, being the Elder Scrolls games. Soul, would you like to briefly touch on some of the music and some of the studios that you get them from?
I pull some of my combat music from Darkest Dungeon because chef's kiss. I also pull some music from God of War and God of War Ragnarok's. Thank you, Santa Monica Studios. Please go check out their games. They are very fucking good. I also pull from Baldur's Gate and Divinity Original Sin 2. Thank you, Larian Studios. And I think Sven Vink will be completely fine with it because he is also a big not Elder Scrolls, but Dungeons and Dragons nerd. He, from what I understand, sometimes holds company meetings where he runs D&D games. I shit you not.
Amazing.
That's what I heard. I also pull from pulling up my list of stuff. Some stuff from online that I have pulled off of YouTube. What was that one artist that did the Fallen Prince one or the one that I put in Mana Marco's list, the Mad King?
Oh, that would be Rock Narden.
Rock Narden. I pulled that song for him. There's a couple other songs from him that I have on my playlists as well, but I have to check, but I'm pretty sure one may or may not happen tonight. Where is it? Nope. One of his songs is on our Arcanes.
Fear.
Fear. I also get some stuff from tabletopaudio.com. If you like their music, please do check them out. And if you want to use their stuff for their game or support them, they do have a Patreon where you can get access to several variations of songs and get them earlier than the website does. Please check them out. Tabletopaudio.com. Other than that, I forgot. I forgot.
Don't worry. This is where I pick it back up. With that in mind, of course, the lovely Darkest Dungeon music, which you will most likely hear, is from Red Hook Studios. Please go check out Darkest Dungeon 1 and Darkest Dungeon 2. We are not sponsored. I'm just a big fan.
It is a good game.
Very good. Pseudo Dungeons and Dragon-esque. The fourth and final thing is that, excuse me, we are in a Discord server. That's how we get these little icons, these little nice vignettes, these little illustrations that Nox made us of our characters that you get to see us talking through Fujitech. Great service. Free to use, of course. But the Discord server is called Esper. Also stands for Elder Scrolls role-playing game. Soul.
Elder Scrolls Prophecy role-playing game.
Yes, that. Soul, right here, is, as she corrected me, is the sole author of this wonderful system that she is making, which is a tabletop system that is going to be made by her, edited by me and Nox, who is the artist. Soul, would you like to talk about Esper?
Esper is going to be a completely free-to-play tabletop role-playing game that is set in the Elder Scrolls universe, with a heavy emphasis on the role-playing and narrative part, with aspects of combat and crafting within it. When combat does happen, the initiative system is 2d20, and in that combat system, I also decided to make natural 1s and natural 20s a little bit more punishing. It'll be fun. Don't worry about it. In the system, you can build your character however you want with little restriction. You can even pull features from classes that you did not designate your class from for a slight increase in cost. You can be a barbarian that casts spells. You can be a wizard that wields a huge battle axe if you so want. It is entirely up to you how you wish to play your character and how you build your combos through the feature system of Esper. If you are interested in being a playtester for Esper, that would be fantastic. I also need DMs to test for this, because I am currently writing the beta books. There will be 3 books included in this. That is the Player's Handbook, the Game Master's Guide, and the Bestiary to begin with. If you are interested, please come join us on the server. Mark yourself as a tester, and as soon as I finish the Player's Handbook, we will begin our first beta test, which should be a fun, silly romp, and I guarantee that you will love to watch it or be a part of it. Shade.
All right. That is it with the announcements. The video of this session will be up roughly within the next day or so, or the coming weekend. So be sure to look for that when it appears on my channel, YouTube/TheVisualVoid, or some such nonsense. But regardless, be on the lookout for that, and we hope you enjoy today's session, whatever it may entail. I'm scared because I have an idea, but I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen. So we're let's see what's going on. That's it.
Anyways, is everybody ready to begin?
No.
No, because guess what, guys? It may say on Twitch that word episode 47. But keep in mind, we have been running longer than we've been streaming. And today is session 69.
Yeah!
Nice! So you may get some 69 jokes in there. Last we left off, the party stayed at the Golden Lion Inn for a nice rest, of which they had to use the one and only communal room in the inn, and discovered that the mysterious Dunmer that they were supposed to share a room with was none other than Feldrin. While the party shared their recent happenings with Feldrin, Feldrin got a nice and high got nice and high off of a rare form of skooma that was no longer in production thanks to Talison's alchemy jug. During this, they discovered that the state of the wound on the back of Talison's head could not be removed without a greater or lesser restoration spell. Allyra stated she could, in fact, heal it in the morning when she had the magic ready for it. During the night, Taliesin had a nice dream when he introduced his beloved Ronmi to his father, his brother, stepmother, and Arclane. This nice dream slowly turned into a nightmare, joined by 2 more Altmer, and quickly turned into a scene of death and fear. One of threats and offers. An offer to just take off the necklace and you'll get everything you want. This offer was turned down by Taliesin, who then woke with the head wound nicely healed. The party parted from Feldrin, with the Nerevarine keeping an eye on the Adamantine Tower, and made their way to Fennec's nice home. There, they searched through it and eventually found Fennec's journal. Within it was details on his reasoning as to why he joined Manamarco. To end the suffering and pain of the world and bring about a actual lasting peace. But with an extreme approach. One that the party did not agree with. With that book, Allyra activated a ward inside, one containing an ancient memory, a final discussion between Fennec and an old friend of his. One who ran a long-forgotten group of heroes. The only line on the page, other than the word saying, "In case I forget." Now, with knowledge and a renewed focus, the party goes on a nice ride to Coral to meet with Talieson's nice family. And this is where we pick up, with the party leaving Fennec's nice old home.
Okay,
nice.
So I want to change my my tag to "I actually want to die now."
Why too many nices? What did I push it too hard?
pushed me. My own character took psychic damage from the, not from the amount of nices, but the context of them. It's like, this is heavy quotations, nice.
Nice. Hey, look, it's session 69. I have to put in the nices, okay?
Fair enough.
Wait until you find out what today's experience is. Or total.
I thought her name was Ronnie Ma.
It is Ronnie Ma.
Yeah. It is Ronnie Ma. I just did the first part of the name. On accident.
It happens. Okay. Cool. Awesome. Excellent, even. Great time for the Baldur's Gate 3 music to kick in.
You mean it sounds nice.
I'm gonna strangle you. So I actually wanted clarification. So last session, after we left Fennec's Manor, we started leaving, right? We didn't stay in Wayrest for anything.
That's up to you. I just put you outside of Fennec's Manor.
Thumbs up. I think Taliesin would probably be looking at Allyra, considering this is mostly revolved around her. You're alright, Dove.
She's just gripping onto the journal in front of her, just arms across it. She sighs deeply. It gives a nod. I'm fine. But her voice wavers a bit, so not too convincing.
He'll put a hand on your shoulder. He's standing right next to you, it's not in front of you. I know I'm not one to be open about a lot of things, really. But if you need someone to talk to at all, you have at least 2 people. One who is He motions over to Thribby. Who lets you talk and then one who understands?
Thrivy is not paying attention. He's on guard duty, looking around.
Real.
I think she glances back at the sweet girl through the window. Gives a nod. I'll keep that in mind. I think I need a bit of time to process all this.
Of course. Now then, you would speak up enough to get Thribby's attention as well.
What?
Is there anything that we need before we depart?
I mean, we're in a big town that's kind of welcoming. I mean, do we need to stock up on any supplies?
Unless you have a god-killing weapon somewhere hidden deep beneath Wayrest, I don't think so.
I mean, sometimes it's the small things, like paper or seasoning or potions. I mean, right? Like, I don't know, bandages. Do you need another shirt? Is it gonna be cold or hot? Like, traveling a different way.
Well,
There's always the little thing that you forget that you're like, I wish I had blank.
Thribby, forgetting that it's not cold in Cyrodiil.
He's just
Don't
used to
worry.
other people complaining in Skyrim. It's like, it's too cold. It's like, you should have brought a jacket.
well, I can assure you that A, it's not cold in Cyrodiil, at least not in the southern hemisphere. Basically Bruma, that's it. And B, we're not going to be staying in Cyrodiil for long. It's going to be a get-in, get-out type situation. So, if anything, I'd be prepared to, He looks down in thought.
Well, like, Baron, do you need more arrows or, like, things like that?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Then yeah, fuck it, let's go.
Oh, let's see. How much do we think a revivify scroll would wing a cough nowadays?
Well, I would probably say about the average of like what the level of revivify is,
So, third
which is a
level.
third level. Yeah, it's a third level scroll, but keep in mind it's no longer a diamond; it's a soul gem.
Yep.
Because yeah,
Yep.
You got a
Yeah, she
common
has-
one,
and
right?
for
You know, she
Yeah,
has a soul gem that's high enough level.
Revivify, it is a common soul gem. For Raised Dead, it is a greater. For Resurrection, it's grand, and for True Resurrection, it's black. So I kind of lined it up a little bit to match the diamond amount.
That makes sense. Actually, that actually is a good point. Taliesin looks to Alira. Actually, Alira, I do have a thought, if you wouldn't mind. He motions her over to kind of like pseudo whisper to her, but is actually whispering to her.
What is that?
So, considering what we know now, do you think that maybe it would be wise to get some soul gems?
I have one that we picked up quite a while back.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah, it was the first time I'd been to a fence. It was a bit of a laugh.
Well, would I know about the practice of soul magic? That's still like fine. It's just necromancy that's vilified.
From what you recently discovered, resurrection is necromancy. It's widely accepted as restoration, but that's because people don't know the truth. That truth was revealed to you by Sorcerer King Orgnum, which, according to the leaders of Tamriel, is unreliable to believe.
But anything related to quote-unquote necromancy is really
would be
attributed to restoration then? So soul gems are kind of normal to find?
Yeah.
Cool. Just wanted to clarify.
And that falls in line with the lore of, like, Mana Marco secretly pushing over the course of millennia, normalizing soul gems.
Okay, cool. He shakes his head. Well, I don't think we're going to need to go to a fence for that kind of thing, because they might actually be more common. And if I remember correctly, with us being in Wayrests, I wouldn't be surprised if they're very common, considering that this place is famous for its spellcasters, is it not?
She gives a nod.
Right.
It is, yes.
So, if that's the case, then we could probably stockpile a little measly sum of gems for a variety of purposes, aside from making sure one of us doesn't kick the dirt too early.
She gives a sigh, looking a bit uncomfortable. I suppose that would be wise.
Trust me, I don't want to think about it either, but considering I've almost kicked the dirt at least twice now, may as well be ready.
Sure.
Thank you again, by
Rip
the
on
way.
the journal tightens. Gives a nod. Of course. What must be done?
What must be done? I guess Talzin is going to, with Alira's aid, I'd hope, start walking around Wayrest to look for a either magic shop or a apothecary, whichever he finds first.
Yeah, magic shop would be easy enough to find in the market square. Called the Dazzling Display.
Excellent. But does it have a dazzling display?
It's called filigree on the sign.
Excellent.
Color, painting.
Go walk on in.
You go to touch the door, and the door shimmers when you touch it.
Like it's not there, or...
No, it just shimmers with magic, almost like a... You know, like that two-toned sort of like paint, you know? That you see like on nail polish and stuff?
Yeah.
Except magically, so when you touch it, just kind of ripples out.
He touches
You
the door
can't imagine
twice.
how many kids fucking plays with the door, just like bapping their hand on it, watch it go ripple, 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 ripple.
he touches it twice, like... I don't think I've actually seen something like that before.
That's quite novel to me, too. I guess in a place where there's a lot of competition, you have to do something to stand out. Just has her chin, hand on her chin, scratching it like, taking notes for the future, maybe.
Maybe I could do this with hair. You'd be the first person with unusual hair color in all of Tamriel. The invention of fashion colors.
He will open the door after that.
You open the door and you do see a lady, Breton lady standing behind the counter writing in a book. Welcome. I'm Anise. I can help you whenever you're ready.
He nods and starts to look around.
You do see a locked glass box of soul gems. You know, like those display cases you find in Skyrim inside, like, Jarl Balgruuf's, inside Dragon's Reach, and you go, I want a big look, that's so bad. And you see that, and there's several different types of soul gem, but black soul gems are distinctly missing.
Of course.
And there's also a few other magic items around the shop. Most of the stuff is within shelves behind glass, and it's locked.
Okay.
There's very few items that are not, because magic items are very expensive to make. So, and she continues writing as you look around.
So, a niece, was it?
Yes.
How much are your soul gems per?
Oh, it depends. Do you want it filled or unfilled?
Preferably filled.
Okay, so usually I go for about 6 to 8 times the cost when it's filled.
He nods. And what is
And I hope you're not going to ask for black soul gems. I get it all the time. They think it's funny. Oh, let's go tease a niece Travin. She has that one ancestor that banned necromancy. She rolls her eyes.
Can I roll a history check, please?
Yes.
Oh, it's gonna be sad because I'm a -2. God damn it.
Oh.
Man.
Alira knows. You fucking who? Anise Trevin, this is clearly given by exactly what she said. This is a descendant of Hannibal Travin, the last Archmage of the Mages Guild.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, Miss Anise, I don't know who in Oblivion your ancestor is, so you're not going to get any ridicule from me or any pranks. Don't worry about
You're
it.
descendant of... You literally just
Hannibal
said the name.
Travin.
The last Archmage of the Mages Guild?
Yes.
Does a double take.
Yes, I am.
That's amazing. I can imagine what you have to tell then. She's just like, her jaw is still a bit agape, like, just nerding out.
Pleasure to meet you.
Well,
you know, Manamarca's just gonna follow the family around like that motherfucker. How dare you? Oh, look, he has a descendant.
Anise, again, my point still stands, so you won't have to worry about that. What is a typical cost of a non-filled soul gem for reference? Let's go, there's like the folding the two fingers together, then points at her. Let's start common first.
Common, unfilled is 50 gold.
Oh, that's not bad. So that's what? 6 to 9 times the
500
price?
filled.
Yeah, that makes sense.
500 filled right now because of emotions around.
Of course, of course. What about a...
Sorry.
No, no need to apologize. What about a greater or grand unfilled?
Greater soul gem unfilled is generally about 150.
Mm-hmm.
So filled currently, it's about 1,500 for a greater.
And a grand, or do you have any grands?
I do have a grand left, and it is filled. Grand soul gem filled is about 300 unfilled. So that's, and she kind of grimaces a little, 3,000 filled.
Nah, that makes sense. Sounds about right.
Usually people yell at me when I tell them the price of these things.
Well, things are expensive and you're dealing with a bunch of hooty-tooty mages. It's expected.
That's true.
So that's 3k for the filled grand soul gem.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I actually lowered the cost compared to 5e.
Right.
It's like 25,000 gold worth of diamonds is a little fucking ridiculous. You either have the Hope Diamond or you're just burying the corpse in a bunch of small diamonds.
Yeah, because we all just rob diamond banks on the
Mhm.
daily.
Yeah, that's actually a going joke in one of my very old campaigns that I played like 7 years ago is that, oh, well, Steve died. We need to go rob a diamond bank.
Hmm. Okay, I have a thought, but that'll come later. Thank you for that. I'll be referencing that in a bit. But what else do you have aside from soul gems around here that would be of use to adventurers like us? Warriors, soldiers, etc.
Quickly grabs Dungeon Master's Guide from the stack of books on the desk. um,
While the shopkeeper is doing that, I feel like Alira would call over to Taliesin and ask, Taliesin, do you know how long it would take for us to travel towards our next destination? Not really, wanting to say that out loud, just in case.
He leans down to her ear. You mean Coral?
She nods.
If I had to take a guess, I'd say probably... I say as I look at the map. If we were to go to proper location, we could go through the mountains, or we could go through...
okay, wrong. I mean, you would have to go to Ellen here, not over the Gerald Mountains. You're not using a Skyrim horse.
It was.
I'm just following the roads. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The ruler.
That's what he's referencing.
Alright, let me
We could
try
go
this
through
again.
the mountains, or we can go through the desert. The way towards...
There. 30 hours?
If we go through...
Nope.
If we
That's
go
intense.
through the desert, it might be quicker. Though the mountains might be safer. It really depends on which route we take.
44 hours.
Excuse me. Be roughly, I'd say 2 days, just about.
What is that road?
What's what road?
Oh, there's a unmarked road through the desert I didn't bother putting on the map.
Well, I mean, like, you went down through Dragonstar as opposed to following the, like, mountain range.
Yeah, because there is a road from Ellen here to Dragonstar.
Okay.
It's right here.
I'm not. No, I was just like, what about this road?
That's not a road, that's a border.
It's a dotted line.
That's a border.
That's a border.
Okay. Tiny would point it out, be like, we got this road right here.
He's
Points
not-
at the jet line through the Gerald Mountains. Sir.
Points to an empty space as he is not holding out a map.
Oh, true.
Dabs in keen mind. So my question then, Soul, is that would it have to be the long way around, like this way, or could we hypothetically cut through the desert like around here?
You could cut through the desert.
And then
There's unmarked roads.
And then this would be like, is this the one that you were talking about with going through the mountains, or is it like this way through the mountains and there's like an unmarked road?
Yeah,
somewhere?
there is a road from Evermore to
it's like
Markarth
somewhere
through the
here.
mountains.
Okay. So yeah, that would be...
But do you want to go to Markarth? Arin hates Markarth. She's like, I've been there. I watched a lady almost get murdered.
tempted to hear you speaking in a Scottish accent for like 5 seconds.
Me?
Yeah, because, Reachman.
Ah, those fools! I can't do a Scottish accent.
Doing a Scottish accent isn't that hard. Come on now.
I can't do Scottish accent, despite the fact some of my heritage is Scottish. I am mostly Polish, though. Anise does come out from behind the counter and she dusts off her robes. We have a few items.
Oh, do tell.
We have this, and she goes to one of the shelves, and you do see a amulet hanging on a bust display. That is an amulet of health. I think that's worth a lot. Let me check. And she goes and grabs her book from behind the counter. Oh, yeah, that's about 2,000 gold.
Who has the worst constitution?
Who has the worst constitution? That is always an important question.
Probably me.
Head pets.
Yeah, I would say probably your Valeria, I think.
I immediately thought of Farron.
It's slightly higher than my strength, though.
I also have... She goes and looks through. Some of these items are kind of on reserve for some mages. So...
Oh, that makes sense, of course.
They're already paid for. I'm just waiting for them to come pick it up. I also have these. She points to bracers of defense. These are 1,700 gold,
All
according
right.
to my book. I also have...
That's a good question, Thorn, actually.
What is the question?
Are any of them on reserve for Salus?
Who's Salus?
Ah, just a mage we know.
No, I don't have that name in my books, and she's rapidly flipping through the pages.
Breathes a sigh of relief.
I also have... She goes down the rows looking at the items. No, that's reserved. Nope, that is also reserved. This. I have a dagger of venom. That's available, but it's about 3,000 gold.
I think Valera's eyes were just
Notice I'm
bug-eyed at these
steering
big
most
numbers.
of the... Yeah. Notice I'm steering most of the available items to, like...
He nods. What do the braces of defense do again? What do the braces of defense do, Soul? I forget.
Yeah. And go back. Hold on.
Plus 2
believe
AC
it's-
if you're not using a shield.
I thought it's a
Yeah.
armor.
While wearing these bracers, you gain +2 to AC if you were wearing no armor and using no shield. So
Hey,
they're perfect
wait.
for, like, monks and barbarians.
Hey, Wave, you want that? So basically,
Sorry.
what I'm seeing is something for Thribby, Farron,
They're also good
and...
for dancer. They're also good for dancer bards in 2024. So,
Oh. So
because dancer bards use dexterity plus charisma for their defense. So,
Constitution. Okay. So something for Farron and Thribby, and then I don't know who the fuck would use the amulet, because we're all wearing amulets of proof against detection.
yeah, sorry, I'm not allowing you to wear multiple amulets. You're gonna have to take a risk.
You're playing.
Man. Is she an Imperial?
No, she's a Breton.
Fuck. Never mind. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna ask
Noted
anyway.
by the fact she's the descendant of Hannibal Travin, who was a Breton.
Yeah, Arcane University, so I'm like, eh.
I will say, what you also see inside of a magically locked box case on a shelf is a leather pouch about the size of a deck of tribute cards.
Excuse me? There's no way you put that in this game.
I did.
What?
Niece,
God.
what is that over there in the magically locked case?
That is not something you want to take lightly. The last person to use that disappeared out of existence when they pulled a card out.
We're one that usually take risks. What is it? Just humor me.
A thing that was created by TheVoidProphecy called a deck of many things.
Looks at the other cards in the bag of holding. Wait a minute.
Yeah, by the way, I kind of dropped that whole search for him thing because it was getting hard for me to keep track of. So I'm now, because you didn't spend any money on those, they're now duplicates. They're dupes. They're fakes.
Man.
The real one is right here.
That's it's interesting.
Which makes it even more hilarious because the stuff that's the 3 cards that are in Trader's Vault that you did not pick up that Vanis Galarian has are fakes.
It's funny that you mentioned that, Anise, because we actually found a couple of these. You telling me that these aren't real? And he pulls out like the separate cards that they found from the bag of holding.
She takes one, looks it over. I think these are just art mock-ups. They have no magic in them.
Suppose you could use them for a replica.
Could, to like show people, and if they run off with them thinking that they're the actual cards, nothing's gonna happen. Those are, and you're not gonna like this number, 62,000 gold. Watch Taliesin just foam at the mouth and drop to the ground.
Tiny almost knocks something over, whatever he was next to, just like...
His
Sorry,
mouth does
sorry.
drop. It's like, Tim, that's
They're the only set in existence, and it is made by the master wizard TheVoidProphecy.
Yes, of course. Curious that he would depart with them so easily.
This is TheVoidProphecy. He invites adventurers and thieves to where he lives to trick them.
We'll
A
ask
lot of
about
these
that later.
cards do bad things.
Right.
Give me a hot second. I'll be right back.
The deck of many things is right in front of us, guys. However, it's 62k. We do not
Yeah.
have
I don't
62k.
know how much money we have.
Well, aside from your personal wallets, I have the group funds. It's currently at almost 7k, which is the gold we
I'm
got
back.
from Wolfric.
I'm
What's
back.
that?
I could describe some of the cards to you if you're just curious. I mean, she flips to a page.
Sure.
I have a description of some of them here. I mean, a good one is you called the Jester. You get a little bit stronger and you can draw 2 additional cards beyond your declared draws. So when holding the deck of cards, you have to say, I'm drawing this many cards, and you have to draw that many cards.
All right.
And it has to be 2 minimum. So, yeah, it's the gain 10,000 XP and you draw 2 additional cards.
Ah, I see.
I was just putting it in a non-gamey way.
Does seem like quite the thing. What you're telling me.
Mm-hmm.
Us, rather.
The last one, the last person that actually owned these before it came to me, they apparently drew this card with a skull on it, and it summons an avatar of death, and the person pretty much died instantly because they weren't a fighter.
I see.
Can you guess who that avatar of death is?
Possibly.
Oh.
Well, it's good to know. I don't think we'll be purchasing that.
That's fair.
I do have a question, though. Curiously.
Though Farron can try to steal it if they so wish. It's just going to be incredibly difficult.
Farron doesn't know why y'all are wasting your time, honestly.
I do have a question, though. Are you familiar with Elia Dune? Are you a collector?
Oh, yes. There's a shopkeep just across the way that buys those and sells them.
And how much are they usually worth?
I don't know his business or how he does it. I sell items to help people in soul gems.
Right. So I'm thinking that I would like to get the dagger of venom for Farron and the bracers of defense for Thribby. However, I also have I made a note somewhere because I couldn't put it in the damn bag of holding. How many Alduin coins do I have? Oh, it might be in the actual description.
Now, let's have some fun. Let's put on some shop-style music.
Daggerfall store theme.
I don't have that. Yeah, I don't have that.
Well,
What a
Shade is-
shame.
While Shade is looking for something, is there like books also in this?
No, this is a
just
magic
magic.
item store.
Okay.
Are there any
There's, like-
scrolls?
There are spell scrolls, but they're because those are considered magic items, but there are not really any books. She specializes in enchanted items, soul gems, which are used for enchanting, and spell scrolls.
Oh, I have 25. Cool.
But what you will notice when looking around the shop is you do see behind the counter a very old threadbare blue and gold banner with an eye on it and a circle around it.
Yes, Mage's Guild.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Talon will also fish out of his pocket in his like side pouch one of the Alduin coins they found in the Nord tomb because he has 25 of them. And he shows it to her. Do anybody know that would collect this around here? It's from Skyrim.
Sorry, repeat, because I was gonna throw in there the bag of devouring as well. Just for funsies.
Anybody that would buy this or collect them for something like the Elia Dune. We found this in Skyrim in a Nordic tomb. Ancient coin, if you recognize the symbol.
Same guy across the street. He does collector items for the nobles.
Ah, well, if
He's
that's the
stock and
case.
trade in ancient items.
Noted. You'll have to excuse me, niece, and my friends. I'll be right back. And he walks out the door to go find this fucking shop.
It's right across the street.
He's like speed walking.
Tiny stays for a bit. Is it just Taliesin or is everyone else following him out?
It's just Taliesin.
Okay.
Yeah, just tell
You
us.
head out, you go across the street, and inside, sitting behind a counter, is a balding, fat Breton man.
Like a typical
Just
noble.
whittling away at... like a typical noble, yeah.
Taliesin dips
Hey,
in.
Kitsy.
He bows his head. Good evening, my lord. I have quite the collection for you if you're interested in ancient coins. For a fair price.
Of course, I'm always interested in ancient coins. You look around this shop, and there's a lot of weird tchotchkes. You do recognize some of the items to be like what appears to be Malmary. Some items that look like it's Little Moffat or Igma, stuff like that. But one thing, yeah. Let's get into the Igma now, which I am not writing into the races because, well, mostly it's because lore-wise, they're not very smart and they mimic high elves a lot.
No monkey race, this is sad.
No monkey race, sorry. Because they died of their own volition because they're fucking stupid.
I don't want to live in this world anymore.
I don't think anybody in this room does. Anyways, you do see one thing that seems to be like in a long glass box above like the overhang over the counter. So like the counter has the counter section has a low wall and then it goes up like about 2 feet and the wall and the ceiling continues.
Mm-hmm.
And in that box, you could swear to fuck is the staff of worms, which you know it's not.
He does a double
You were
take.
whacked in the head. You were whacked in the head by that thing. This guy does not have the staff of worms.
I do beg pardon, Your Grace, but is that the staff of worms up there?
He just beams proudly. It is indeed.
Wow, you must be quite the collector.
That's the proudest piece of my collection.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt.
I'll sell it to you for 100,000 gold.
Oh, no, I wouldn't want to touch such an artifact myself. Not a big fan of necromancy, you see. However, what I do have is quite the deal for you, as I don't have not one, not two, but 3 different races and their coins in my possession that I can give to you for a very nominal sum that you can sell back to your clientele for even higher prices.
Let's have a look at them. Bring them on over.
So the first thing he's going to put on the counter, he's going to like quickly arrange them into stacks of 4, are the 25 Alduin coins. And then he's going to basically spin the tale of like, when me and my band, which are just across the street over there, we were exploring this tomb, and we were there to find an artifact for this lovely fellow up in Whiterun. We encountered undead and Draga, but more importantly, guardians of this ancient tomb that had the visage of Talos himself. And oddly enough, you would think that Talos wouldn't be involved in the Tomb of Ysgramor, but there he was, visage, and we barely escaped out alive. We found these in the process.
Right. He takes some of the coins and he picks up an eyepiece from under the counter and starts looking them over. Splits them out. And flips them over. Are not in fantastic shape, that's for sure, but I would fix your tale a little bit because ancient Nord ruins predates Talos or Tiber Septum by thousands of years.
He nods. Very odd that he was there, or rather the visage was. It might have been a prank, I'm not sure. But these are genuine coins with Alduin's visage, damaged or not.
Yeah, definitely has the visage of the dragon. a destroyer dragon on him. I'll give you 50 each for these.
So it's 50 gold per coin?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Per coin.
calculator. 50. Good thing I got
What, you
this
can't
out.
do math like these people? Pull out a fucking abacus, you wimp.
So that's 1250 total.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he'll nod to that. Sounds like a fair deal. And he'll push the coins in his direction.
These are the more rare ones here. You don't often see Harkolds anymore.
Perhaps not. Perhaps not.
Fun fact, a lot of them were destroyed in the war against the Falmer and the Ancient Needs post Night of Tears. So, melted down by the Snow Elves.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. He says as he's shoving the gold into his bag. Okay, so now I just gotta calculate that real quick. 3682. That's the new total. Alright. Next, I have something that we actually came back from recently on a bit of adventure from. Have you been to Piandania, my good sir?
No! Evidence being I'm a fucking alive.
He grins. What if I told you that I found these within a wrecked ship of a Malmeri captain that went mad? And he pulls out one of the tarnished gold pieces with Orgnum's face on it.
Depends on where. If you say Pandania, I'm gonna call you a liar.
I've told you I found these Alduin coins within an old tomb. I have many friends in many places.
The difference being, you could go into Skyrim without being killed. You can't go to Pandania without being killed.
And if I told you that one of my friends over there is a Malmer, would you believe me?
Oh, I'd believe you. There's a Malmer that used to work at the docks here in Wayrest.
Yes, a Malmer that we actually helped. So, there is some proof and merit to my tale, my good friend, which means these are genuine. If you want to take a look yourself.
I'll take a look at them, but the story behind them does matter to me. I'm here for the object.
Naturally.
Nobles do not give a shit where they come from. They don't care about the story behind them. They will make up their own damn story after they buy them to make them look really good.
Oh, of course. But I'm just giving you the fluff to give that extra context for them to be more intrigued by your sale.
It's not going to change my prices. You can see he is a very serious businessman.
He's got mercantile at like 100.
Dun. Wait, where's the sound? Where's the sound? Hold on. All the way down. It's in the old server. Here it is. You just hear that in the background. Oh my god.
He just gives him a simple nod. Very well. Regardless. And he, again, puts one coin forward. These are all very similar, so just for you to look at.
He does. He picks up his eyepiece. He looks over each and every one of them. These are genuine. I can see a little bit of tarnishing from seawater, and he kind of scratches it with his thumb nub. He doesn't have much in the way of nails. And a little bit of like salt comes off. And he picks it up and he sniffs it. Smells like seawater. Tell you what, I don't often get these ones. But they are, given the fact the last influx of these particular coins was back in the early Third Era.
Oh.
So, yeah, apparently the last attack Sorcerer King Orgnum did on the Somerset Isles, which he lost spectacularly thanks to the Septim Empire and the Somerset Navy.
I see.
So I will give you 75 for each of these.
He has a big-ass smile on his face. I'm glad you said so, because I have 137 of them. He, like, puts them out on the counter for him.
Just like this pile of coins just go spreading out.
No, he does
I
it
might not
neatly.
be able to buy them all, given I have a limited amount of coin I could give you.
Certainly.
I'll buy about 40. Now tap me out.
Okay, so 97 left.
So I'll definitely have some buyers for these ones.
Of course. That's 40 times 75, right? 75 each, you said?
Yeah, 75 each.
Okay, that's another 3,000.
And that would tap them out. You wouldn't be able to sell them like your Ayladunes or any, which Ayladunes are a dime a dozen in this area because, like, Ayleid ruins stretch all over High Rock and Cyrodiil and parts of Hammerfell and even down into Valenwood. So you'd probably get about 10 each for the Ayladunes.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Unless it's like a collector in fucking Cyrodiil somewhere.
Or it's in mint condition, which is nearly impossible these days. Given that the aliens have been gone for over 1,000 years. So.
Okay, so tap him out. Taliesin gives him 1 Ayledune. And just as a way of continuing business within the future, if I do happen to see you again.
Ayladunes are a dime a dozen. They're worth about 10 gold each.
Right, consider it just an imperial token of gratitude, my friend.
Sure. And he takes all the coins. I'll be just a few minutes, and he puts them in a box, and you watch him take that box into the back room, and you're left standing there for about 5 minutes as he counts all the coins you gave him, and then has to count out all the platinum he has to give you. And eventually, after about 5 minutes, he comes back out with a small, like, jewelry lockbox, and he sets it down and just makes a heavy thunk on the heavy oak counter. There's your platinum pieces, all of it.
Thank you, my friend. Pleasure doing business.
Mm-hmm.
And Taliesin takes it and walks back over to the magic shop.
While Taliesin was over there.
Now the real question is, does he realize that's a fake? By this point, given everybody on Tamriel knows Manamarco's back, he has to know it's a fake.
While I was doing stuff, what was everyone else doing?
Tiny would walk up to the lady in the previous shop. Excuse me.
Yes?
Hi. Do you sell like magic trinkets, like tiny ones, baubles? I don't know what you would call those things.
I don't sell magic items that don't have general use. I have my family's philosophy of magic should be useful to the people and accessible to all the people. Items that can help people in general everyday use. As you could tell, there's a lot of items that are for adventurers, and even she motions to the deck of many things. Even a few items that should be considered collectors and never actually used.
So what about a magic for in like an everyday use then?
depends on the type of use. If it's frivolous, no.
What is he looks to Alira. What is frivolous?
Oh god.
She was about to use another big word, and then she was like, wait, no, I have to think.
Oh wait, no. I can't do that.
It means it's not important. It's trivial.
Okay.
Watch him go.
Well-
What's trivial?
Yeah, where you like play question and answer. Trivia.
It just
Okay.
means that it's not of importance.
Okay. Well, what about like magic ink? Is that a thing? Do you
Yes,
have
magic ink. Magic ink is a thing. It's generally used for spell crafting.
How much is a vial thing?
Oh god,
Yeah.
you're making me look that up. Holy shit. You're
He's
making
like,
me
I don't
work,
know.
man.
He's like just a tiny thing.
What do you need magic ink for?
Usually
Is that
you
Aaron, or is
purchase
that-
the amount that you need. I think Alira would say that because she makes scrolls, like she's familiar with this.
Mm-hmm.
Was that Siren or Farron who was asking? About the
Alira,
ink?
you would naturally know it generally goes about 50 gold for a 1 ounce bottle.
That would be Farron.
Farron's like, I don't know. It's magic ink. It sounds cool. It sounds interesting.
Magic ink goes for about 50 gold an ounce.
You normally
Oh.
use it for a specific purpose, whether it's creating a scroll or for learning a new spell.
It generally has stuff that's heavily tied into magicka in it, like
Uh-huh.
gems, crushed up soul gem.
So it's
alchemical
actually
ingredients.
Not just like ink, it's like tar where there's like little
No,
pieces
it
inside it.
no, there's not little pieces in it. It's extremely refined.
Oh, okay.
But it also has magicka weaved into it, so it can do the properties required for writing magic spells.
Uh-huh.
It's
Like
just
halfway
like,
through, Tiny was trying to listen, and then like halfway through, it just like went over his head.
mm-hmm.
Oh well.
She gives your arm a very gentle pat. Why don't you let us magic casters worry about that? And she smiles at Alira.
Yeah, he's just like, okay. That's all. Oh, actually,
It's just, that was a very nice way of saying, you poor baby, don't.
yeah, Tiny knows this sympathy feeling, so he's like, okay, different question. Best bakery in town.
Mm-hmm.
What is your thoughts? Best bakery in town?
The Ladies' Cakery.
Ladies' Cakery, of course.
Oh,
Exactly. I love their silk pies.
It's my favorite too.
Oh! I just love their lavender lemon silk pie. Ah,
They make a lavender lemon one?
it's
like
seasonal.
suddenly realizing.
It's
Benedict.
usually from first seed to end of rain's hand.
That makes more sense. The individual who would bring it says a month on the other side. Yep.
Like,
Every
oh
other
my
month.
god, have you been to Ladies' Cakery? Girl, we need to go sometime and get some Starbucks.
Don't you mean Comberry Crumble?
Comberry crumble, yes, that's correct.
Yeah, Tiny just like slowly like backs away from the conversation as Alira and them are.
He's
bonding
like,
over
oh
it.
god.
Like, no, it's just like I don't want to like intrude and like let them have their conversation. So he just slips.
Yeah, they just start going into a thing talking about their favorite Ladies' Cakery treats, and you just got this big old Nord's like, oh shit.
He's getting hungry.
Mhm.
He's just getting hungry listening to talk about food.
I'm quite hungry.
Oh my
I feel
god,
like that
did
probably
you hear
goes
about
on.
their new item? It's like a donut, but it's made out of croissant dough
Made out of croissant dough.
and dipped in cinnamon and sugar. Yes, a cronut, guys. A cronut.
I'd never thought about doing that with laminated pastry.
Oh, it is delicious. It's
She's
so
just like-
good with coffee.
Pulled out her book and it's just like writing this down now.
Like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Mm. Zenithar's listening and like, god damn, why didn't I think of that?
It is exactly what she's thinking at the moment.
Mm-hmm. If he could listen in, he can't. Poor guy.
Maybe we could swing by on the way out of town.
There's so many delicious things. I am so glad plants are growing normally. It's kind of weird, don't you think? Like, I haven't seen anything wilt. Look at my flowers in the window.
They do, they look very lovely.
Thank you. But she motions to him and they're in bloom. Which is so weird when the sky is just completely black and there's just what would be considered near, not quite dark vision, but near dark vision levels.
Whatever
It is
thing is
dim
above
outside.
us is very strange in nature.
It is. I hope it goes away soon. I so miss seeing the sun. I
You
can't
and me
even
both.
tell what time of day it is. Is Taliesin back? I'd say you come in about the time they are like gossiping about the ladies' cakery.
Sure, that works. He's like holding a chest under his arm, or rather like a lock, I'm thinking like the lock boxes in ESO, that size. Yeah, like
Yeah.
The ones you all
Yeah,
steal
yeah.
from.
Yeah, the ones you steal from when you go to Eleanor and unlock those houses and you're like, oh, free game. It's
yeah,
free real
basically.
estate.
Except it looks nicer because we're in Wayrest. He like has it tucked under his arm.
Ooh.
She sees Taliesin come in and realizes that they've just gotten totally off topic,
Mm-hmm.
and she just clears her throat. It's just like, oh, pastries aside, I meant to ask if you had a couple of scrolls that I was interested in, possibly.
What scrolls would that be?
A scroll of Dispel Magic or of Revivify if you have either of those.
I actually do have the Revivify one. I have Greater Restoration instead of Dispel Magic.
Yeah. Not bad.
I have to pull out my book again because I forgot the cost per spell level. Would it be under creating magic items? Yes. No. Okay, there it is. Okay. So, Greater Restoration's a 5th level, I'm pretty sure, correct?
Yeah, it is.
So that would be rare. The Greater Restoration scroll is about 1,600. I'm cutting the price down a little bit because it's so nice to talk to somebody about ladies' cakery. And Taliesin's just like, fuck, girl gossip. And the Revivify... Uncommon. Quickly flipping through my book. The Revivify scroll will be... Scroll. Will be, 175.
I see. Okay. Good to know. Thank you.
Let me know if you want it, and I'll go back into the back and get it for you.
She gives a nod.
She looks to you, Taliesin. You're back.
Yes, I am.
I'm guessing you went across the street.
I did. Actually have quite a collection, you could say, which I was able to get rid of some of it. But has to make his money. I'm pretty sure I'll be back if things go according to plan. Anyway, so about those items, you said it mentioned a dagger of venom as well as a braces of defense, was it?
Yes.
How much were the braces again?
2,000.
2,000? Right. He's like, takes one of his bags that he has, and just like opens the chest briefly and starts filling it up before handing it to her. I think that's about 2,000. This might be a little less because it is platinum, love, so just keeping that in mind.
Yes, so 200 platinum.
Right.
Plutonium import. Items.
And if you wouldn't mind giving that to my very big, handsome friend right there with the beard. Bigger than the
Of
mama.
course.
What?
He's like,
I forgot that fucking Caldron had a beard for a second.
Ty and Calvin like both look over.
she looks between the tall Malmer and the tall Nord like, huh?
Yeah. Tiny Caldron did the double take, like, which one? Like, me? For you? What?
me, me, me.
You? No, you,
Me,
you,
me,
right?
me.
That's for you, right? It's like
Me?
armor?
No, it's, yeah, me. No, you.
So you
Me?
said it was 2,000, right, Sol?
Yeah.
Cool.
Go ahead and remove
beans.
that, and I'll drag it onto his sheet.
Awesome.
Yes, use the importer.
Oh, yeah, I want to get rid of some light before we leave this area.
Now, the bracers of defense are attunement. Auto-attuned, I guess, for you.
It does that when you
But
put it on the sheet.
Yeah. So I'll just leave it attuned, but you're going to have to at some point spend time attuning to it. And you can't do it like while driving the cart. You have to be sitting and doing nothing, essentially, for an hour.
Cool.
Now, I would be willing to also do a bit of trading along with the purchasing to kind of lower the cost a bit, but to also give it fair to you, because you probably have smiths and alchemists that want some rare reagents, yes?
I can only trade if it's a magic item.
He snaps his fingers. Damn.
The mercantile guild here is a little bit on the strict side. That way it doesn't like get all homogenous.
I see.
Pointing you the rare goods trader.
Right.
We do have this grimoire we picked up. And she'll like pull out that +1 arcane grimoire that she's been carrying around for I don't even know how long.
Since the bandit ring arc back when you killed
the
Morganoth.
beginning of the campaign.
It's so juicy.
The beginning of the campaign, yeah.
She wouldn't do that.
Yeah. +1 arcane grimoire is an uncommon item. I can give you 200 for that.
Consider it done.
Okay. She takes the grimoire, looks it over, and then goes to the counter and pulls out 20 platinum pieces and passes it to you.
Also happened across this very nice and shiny battle axe some time ago. He pulls out the +1 battle axe.
That would go to smiths. I don't deal in weapons in most armors.
Ah, good to know.
As you notice, and most of her shop is trinkets.
Yep.
Like cloaks, bracers, rings, necklaces. Except for the dagger. The dagger's the one weapon she has.
Mm-hmm. And you said the dagger venom was 3,000, correct?
Yes.
Right.
That is the one exception because the smith didn't want to deal with a poisonous dagger, so we talked to the Merchants Guild and they allowed me to sell it.
It does have a sheath, right?
Yes, it does. I keep it in the back. That way if somebody tries to steal it, they poison themselves.
Of course. I think that's a fair trade considering what I've heard what the dagger venom can do.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a smith that you liked working with that we can go see after this?
There is the orc smith down by the docks. But I heard he currently is back in New Orsinium right now.
Hmm. Makes sense with everything going on.
Mm-hmm. A couple of the Argonians also left, recalled to Blackmarsh, much the same way the Oblivion Crisis.
Of course, of course. Well, if that's the case, I think 3,000 should be good enough then. And he reaches into the bag and pulls out gold this time, and hands it to her.
Yeah, she does get it. She uses levitation, telekinesis magic to get it behind the counter, and will give you the dagger of venom. Dagger.
Motions to Farron.
All right.
The small pretty one right here is much more knowledgeable about these kind of things.
Understood. Gotta open up your sheet, Farron. Boop. It did not drag onto your sheet. What the fuck? Try that again. There we go. Use importer. There we go. And she hands you the dagger of venom, Farron. Nice picture. Anyways, I think Farron's dead, so we will be moving on.
You would just nod and thank her.
Is there anything else I could get you today?
So about that grand soul gem for me.
Mm-hmm.
What'd you say that was again?
The total is I believe I said 3,000.
I think so, yeah. If I
Yeah.
recall. He will once again pull out the platinum from the chest.
Just as a note, you will be overusing a soul gem. That is for true resurrection. No, that is for resurrection. If you want to stay at cost, I would get the common soul gem for revivify.
Oh, that's not
Or
for
else
revivify.
you are
Yeah,
Yeah.
Phoenix Bone Golem, right? Or
Yeah.
Goliath.
Oh.
That's
Oh,
called the,
okay,
that's
yeah,
the,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
the oh shit soul gem for Taliesin. That's why he said I'm
Yeah,
buying
but
it.
you can't do late 8th level spells yet.
Yeah, I know.
So technically... Oh, well, okay. If you want to buy that, go for it.
Would you be able to give a small discount if I purchase the Revivify scroll as well?
Sure. A small discount. It would be 2,500 for the gem and usual price for the spell.
She'll slide over the... I think she said it was like 175.
Okay. Yeah, 175 for the scroll and 2,500 for the soul gem. And I will say, if you already purchased the 300 gold diamond for Revivify before this lore bit was revealed, I will allow you to turn that to a common soul gem.
Okay.
It'll
Cool.
just be a common soul gem. Because I
That's
did
fine.
not make it soul gems until you guys discovered that lore, because I didn't want to hint to you. I wouldn't have a problem with my other two games, but you guys in particular are also Elder Scrolls fans, and I didn't want you to go, I narrow suspiciously kind of look at it. Like, wait a minute.
Wait a
Give
second.
me a drink, bartender.
Mhm.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Yes, of course. Is there anything else for you guys, or will that be it?
Don't think so. Unless, of course, you wanted to get one more soul gem just in case, Alira.
I have one at the moment. And then another
Hi.
common that's unfilled.
Yeah, I mean, really, generally for adventures, I only see them needing one. It's not like you're going to save the world or anything.
He gently kicks Alira's foot.
Right. How much did you say they were again?
For the common soul gem,
Yes.
150. 150, I think I said. All these numbers are like really confusing
You
for
said
me.
you said it was 50 for a non and then 150 for filled for common.
Yeah. 150.
It looks over the talisman. Maybe we could pick up one more than to be safe.
Yeah, because all
I
adventures tend to go very long after all. He smiles innocently.
Very long, and there's been many times I've heard tales of adventures just walking straight into traps.
Yeah, traps with many different pitfalls and ups and downs and whatnot.
Fireballs and
Or
ice
just a
beams.
spiked gate that just slammed into their face.
Well, you know, potential ground zeros for things that happen.
Yes, exactly. That always happens, and it's particularly dangerous to be adventuring right now. But I can tell that you're adventurers by the amount of money you have.
Ah, yes, of course. You could say that.
And she trades the 150 for a common soul gem, so go ahead. And there's not an actual item for that, so just create something and call it common soul gem, I guess.
So how many common soul gems would you have now, Alira? Like 3? 2?
She'd have 2 filled and 1 unfilled.
Cool.
I'm just gonna make a new one so I can put it
Go
inside.
kill a random mud crab to fill that one. Get back here, you little shit!
Do we know, like, the soul trap spell? Like, is that, how does that
Nope.
even work?
I have the custom spell. And it is a necromancy spell.
Love that. Love that.
I mean, guess who's the father of creating soul gems? The very guy you're facing off against. Yeehaw!
Yeehaw.
Just wait a minute. I need to defeat you with the thing you made.
Points and laughs.
Insult to injury.
Mm-hmm. Tries to soul trap him, and he's like, no, that doesn't fucking work, dude.
He built a secret backdoor into the soul trap spell and is like, no, I'm just gonna leave.
The soul trap failsafe.
I mean, one
Soul
of the,
trap failsafe of no you.
You can see that she looks a bit uncomfortable saying this, but she'll ask Anise. I'm not too familiar with how one fills a soul gem. If one
I
wanted
don't.
to learn how, do you know where?
Usually people who specialize in soul magic and the profane arts. I don't deal in that stuff here.
Completely understandable. She's like
It
just
killed my
twisting a little.
ancestor.
Of course. She's just like tucking her right arm just further back into her cloak.
Like,
Nasty
nope, nope,
stuff,
nope, nope.
of course.
Very nasty stuff. It could corrupt the soul.
Taliesin scoots around to the left side to kind of cover Alir's arm. Yes, very nasty stuff indeed. Would you know of someone who might be able to help us in that endeavor, and potentially someone who might deal in arms and armor?
Currently, there's only one blacksmith, and they're purely helping the crown right now. They don't have any slots open, and I don't associate with users of the profane arts.
Of course.
Obvious reasons. Because the one that's currently attacking Tamriel killed my ancestor.
Naturally. Normal blacksmith, sure, but would there be someone who's a merchant in specialized weaponry and armor?
Not around here anymore.
Ah, that was the orc, I see.
Mm-hmm.
Shame. Oh well.
I'm sorry.
It's not a big deal, just want to be extra prepared for our next endeavor.
You look prepared enough, if it helps.
Ah! Actually, good question. Apothecary.
I haven't seen her in a while.
And that might be who exactly?
Delia Mirand? Yeah, I haven't seen her.
Does that name ring a
The
bell?
last name... Well, to you above table, the last name should.
It's the same last name as the right hand of the former right hand of King
God
Albert,
fucking
and
damn it.
the
No.
hero.
No. Well, yeah. But
hero of-
there's...
Kavash, was it? Or
Yep.
It was one of
Oh,
above
thank God.
table, yes. Both of them are technically related to the hero of Kavach.
That's funny. I was like, man, that would suck ass if the fucking alchemist was the terrorist.
Nope. The alchemist is not the terrorist. That was Eliune Mirand. This is Delians Mirand. So, yeah, above table, you guys, the players, know that they're both related to the hero of Kavach.
Nice.
Around. That is quite the story. Name around here.
Yes, it really is. I don't really know the story, but it's a popular family. Not quite a noble family, but an upper class family. What I understand is like one of the Mirands tried to blow up the palace, I guess?
Yes. We are technically allies of the king, as we were the adventurers that stopped that plot.
Well, I thank you greatly.
Of course, and likewise for the purchases today.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry I can't give you any more of a discount. I do have a shop to run, and purchasing these items are not cheap.
No, of course, we understand that completely. You don't think that with our possible relationship with the crown, that we might get something, be able to do something with that blacksmith, or no?
Unfortunately not. I mean, that before all this happened, that could probably get you far, but given how people are not really traveling much right now, and just the general fear and everything that's going on, people are having to tighten up. You can understand. I normally would have given you a discount for saving the palace and saving Wayrest, but even I have to tighten up. The costs are just absolutely rising right now, and the blacksmith has to see to making sure all the guards' weaponry is ready to go and bang out any dents in armor, fix armor, make armor. His time from air quotes sunrise to sunset is working on guard stuff.
And you haven't seen Delians around any recently? Just disappeared, or?
I haven't seen her since just before the sky went black. She hasn't been at any of the Merchants Guild meetings since then.
Potential worm cultist. Oh no. That's not good.
Potential worm cultist, possibly ran off. Who knows, maybe died gathering ingredients. Any number of things could have happened. Or she's just hiding. Maybe she has a, nuke shelter somewhere.
She's got
And
a
she just
bit
decided-
of the hero of Kabachi's
Yeah,
madness.
Possibly. She's a doomsday prepper, maybe. You don't know what the answer to that is.
That'd be really funny.
The only context you got is she hasn't been seen at Merchants Guild meetings since before the sky went black. That's it.
Okay. Good to know. Alright, well, if that's the case, definitely keep that in mind for the future when things settle down or fix themselves or whatnot. But again, thank you for your service, Anise. Do any of you want anything else, or are we good to go?
Nothing for me.
I'm good.
Thank
Anyone
you.
holds up the bracers. Thank you for these. Or
You
to
nods.
tell.
Guys, nice to meet you.
It was lovely to meet you too. If you go to the ladies' cakery, do tell Vivian I said hello.
She gives a nod. We'll definitely do that. We'll pass by on our way out.
Have a nice day.
We leave.
I love the way you
Girl
guys jump to
talk.
conclusions. This person hasn't been seen.
No.
They're a worm
Yeah.
cultist. You also haven't seen TheVoidProphecy since the sky went black. He must be a worm cultist too.
Yeah, totally. That's not true. We went back to the house and we saw him. We had to talk to him.
Okay.
So-
We haven't seen your brother since before the sky went black.
Yeah, he's probably a worm cultist who gotta kill him.
Yeah, damn it.
Well, there goes Tal's insanity. I guess he is meant for fucking Shivering Isles. Like
Just
fucking-
Shellgorath going, oh, welcome to the Shivering Isles. We got a lovely place here for you. That was the worst Shellgorath.
Don't worry, I got you. Would you like to play a game of fishy sticks, would ya?
There you go. I mean, you guys did play a game of Fishy Stick. It was funny.
I think Krim said she also wanted to try to offload her
Oh
inventory.
yeah, she did, yeah.
Yep, I still have some dragon stuff on me, by the way.
Yeah, go ahead and send me that list, and in between sessions, I'll give you the total amount. Okay? Unless I could just cursory glance it and figure it out. Usually I'm good with that.
I think we were saving it to make equipment, but like,
At
who
this
knows when we're
point,
gonna get another dragon?
yeah.
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 The dragons probably went, oh, and fucked off.
They,
Cool.
like the
You
Kool-Aid
know,
man.
lack of ears sounding pretty nice this time of year. Yeah, that way.
It's that one meme of the Kool-Aid man comes through the door and he's like, "Oh yeah," and it's like, "Oh no," and just backs out. It's like, nope.
Okay, but my question
Pretty much.
is realistically, because I still have in the bag of holding 32 pounds of dragon bones, 4 pounds of dragon scales, and 1 pound of dragon fangs. Are we gonna get rid of those, or do we want to keep them?
Tiny
Up
would
to
ask
you.
that we at least hold on to something, but he's not sure how much it would take to make something out of a dragon.
You guys
Okay.
come to that decision between sessions if you so want. As of right now, like, there is no blacksmith available in this town and in most of the smaller towns because
mean-
they're really busy. So,
Tiny could ask the companions to make us something, but I don't think we had enough for anything. I think that's why.
Debatable.
Or no, we didn't have the gold for it. That's what it was. It was astronomical, something like 50,000 for 9.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's astronomical on purpose.
I do have one more question. Because like as we're leaving, discussing this, is there a bookstore somewhere or a library somewhere? Mostly a bookstore.
There is a bookstore, but it is currently closed. It's likely the shopkeeper's asleep. Because keep in mind, things are really fucked up right now, so people are just like, because they don't know what time it is, they're just going, okay, I'm just going to get up when I don't feel tired anymore and sleep when I feel tired.
Okay.
So the shops are open at odd times. They're not all open at the same time.
Okay.
Yo, mental health is
So-
a real thing. Take care of yourself.
Yeah, and people's mental health goes insane when there's like no circadian rhythm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If that's the case, the only thing I could think of now is to go to the palace, to probably go to the library there, since Emmerich said we could.
Yeah. Yeah. You can.
If you don't mind, I would like to actually stop by the palace to do just a tiny bit of research, maybe borrow a book from Emmerich. Shouldn't take like more
It's
than maybe
alright.
a couple minutes.
Lyra, is that bakery on the way, or do
I was
you
just
want to do
thinking
that on the
that.
way out?
Yeah, it would be on the way.
It's more near the
Allison is
docks.
there, we
but-
could go to the ladies' cakery.
Sure, I'll meet you there.
Very well. She's just like trying not to hide her excitement, or trying to hide her excitement, but she's clearly very excited to go back there.
Tiny just has been drooling since people have been talking about different foods, and he's just like, I want to eat.
Yeah, so you guys head off to the ladies' cakery. Give me a list of the items you want to buy, any sort of bakery goods, and I'll give you a total while we do Talison's thing.
Taliesin will actually like grab Farron. Could you come with me? I don't want to be alone right now.
Oh, of course.
Thank
You're
you.
going to Miss Emmerich's?
Yeah, I'm heading to the palace. He's like, as he's out of earshot, he motions. Despite him being a hard ass and kind of a dickhead sometimes, I do want to do something for Glarior. Figured I might actually see if they might have anything about vampires. He doesn't know anything about them, aside from silver being the weakness.
Is it his birthday or something?
No. I want him to stop bitching at me, so I'm going to give him a gift to tell him to shut the fuck up. Be useful, as he says.
Well, here's hoping that's enough for him.
Considering it said something he wanted back in Pandania when I gave him the Vermina books. Namira books, sorry. Namira books. I'd imagine it's something he'd want for his personal collection and something to research, and I figure I'll do a bit of studying myself so I know how to deal with it when we reach Folnir, if we reach Folnir.
Very well. Lead the way then.
And he actually takes you by the hand and walks with you to the palace.
Dokie dokies.
Okay, you head off to the library and go ahead and roll an investigation check.
Please help me.
Okay, 8 action then.
Okay. All right, that's a pretty good roll. It doesn't take you more than a few minutes to find a general book on vampires. This book names all the past mortal diseases that would turn people into vampires, as well as the story of how the first vampire was made. The kind of behaviors they tend to involve themselves in, the different stages of vampirism. So you have porphyric hemophilia, sanguinary vampirus, and noxophilic sanguiveria as the listed infections. And how those are contracted through being bitten or scratched by a vampire. Usually transferred through the blood. We don't need to go into detail how Limia Ball became a vampire, because I think we're all very well aware of how that happened. And that is a massive content warning. Just for you, chat, here's a little riddle for you that'll take you a few moments to unravel. Think wine, but not fermented and still fruit. Then take away the first letter. That.
Pretty bad, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Molag Ball sucks.
He does. I don't like him.
He's literally evil.
He's literally evil. The different stages of vampirism leading to from well-fed to blooded vampires, which are essentially so lost in their hunger they act upon instinct and not care if people around them know that they're a vampire, just in order to get blood. There's also pure-blooded vampires, which were quote-unquote blessed by Molag Bal themselves, called the Daughters of Cold Harbor. Back into that. And it even has depictions of vampire lords.
Does it have information on how to deal with vampires?
Sunlight, silver, the garlic is marked as a myth in this book. Saying that to this date, only one vampire has ever been harmed by garlic due to a pre-existing allergy.
Okay, that's kind of funny.
I'm getting this off the wiki.
That's really fucking funny.
It is on the first section of the wiki. 1, 2, 3, the fourth paragraph down. Distress and chaos can potentially bring down entire settlements should just one vampire infiltrate the populace. Persistent myths claim that vampires are weak to garlic, but they are untrue. To this To date, only one vampire has ever been harmed by garlic due to a pre-existing allergy. This is a wholly unique phenomenon, and all other attempts to combat vampires with garlic inevitably end in disaster. Just like hold up a string of garlic, ha! Dies.
Was wooden stakes on there also as a myth for the ESO
Yeah.
lore? Okay.
I believe wooden stakes are technically considered a myth.
The wooden
Okay.
stakes to the heart stun them. They don't kill them.
Yeah. In Elder Scrolls, it just stuns them. It doesn't kill them like in traditional lore, like with Dracula and stuff.
Vampire the Masquerade rules.
But they are harmed by silver.
Well, good thing Tiny made everyone a silver dagger long ago.
Mhm. But keep in mind, you guys do know Falnir is a little bit unique. He's also been turned into a revenant, and revenants are not weak to silver.
Interesting.
So you don't know if he will be weak to silver because he's the only vampire that's been turned into a revenant.
Hold up, is he like actually immortal then?
He's actually immortal.
God
I
damn
mean,
it.
he's technically been immortal because he was a vampire, so...
He's
Yeah.
he's Nox's character in ESO.
He's immortal squared.
He like Sun
He's
Wukong.
immortal. Yeah.
He's also undead
Like,
squared,
yeah.
technically.
Double undead.
With revenancy, the biggest thing you got to keep in mind is the only person that can bring a revenant back to life is Mana Marco. So that's purely based on if Mana Marco wants to do it or not. And that is a volatile personality right there.
He's
he
just not feeling
feels-
it one day. He's like, I don't feel like it.
No, it's more than that. If he feels you failed him or slighted him in a serious way, he just will never bring you back. So there is a high chance with most revenants, if they fail, he'll just never bring them back. There's very few revenants he'll just be like, I know you failed me, but I'm going to bring you back anyway. And you don't know
Ouch.
exactly who that is, but you can assume it'd probably most likely be Fennec and Selenir.
Okay. So... Silver and sunlight. That's basically it. That can harm a vampire.
Yeah,
What
silver,
about
sunlight,
Fire?
fire magic. Fire magic does work well.
Are they resistant to cold? Cough, cough.
Keep in mind, all the information you have in this book is when Molag Bal controlled and created vampires and had that as his domain. You also discovered while on the Necromancer's moon, Mana Marco stole the domain of undeath from Molag Bal, and that includes vampires. So
No,
you
they
could kind
might
of
be
assume
teamed
those
up.
two don't get along very well. Also for other reasons, but we're not getting into that. It dates back to the second era where, Molag Bal tortured him, but that's a whole different thing. Who knew you would hold a grudge on the one that tortured you?
Crazy concept, I know.
Crazy. In a way, you're like, man, Marco, I hate you, but also understandable.
Is this the only book on vampires?
The only one that isn't propaganda.
Okay.
The other books that you find do mention garlic is a thing that helps against vampires and blah, blah, blah. And if they can't cross bodies of water and stakes kill them, and
Gotta invite him in.
you have to invite them inside your house for them to suck your blood.
Okay. Talzin's going to pocket the book.
Okay. You head on out. And I could totally Pinterest search a bunch of desserts from the ladies' cakery to torture you guys, but
fine. Tiny's gonna try, like, between him and Alera buying a bunch of things, I think he might also just be like, what do you think, like, Taliesin would want? And he kind of just starts adding on things to his order just to make sure there's something for everyone.
Yep, she would just be throwing recommendations.
Yeah.
I'd say you get almost a little of everything that they got
Cool.
going right now.
And she just
You
makes
get-
sure to pick up a bear claw for Galerier.
Mm-hmm.
Do I remember
Aw.
if he liked it? No, but it was recommended before, so we're getting one.
We're going with it.
Going with it.
You get a lovely Breton silk pie.
A lemon lavender? Is it the season?
11. Yeah,
Is it the
the
season?
11 lavender is currently not in season.
Womp
You can just see her
womp.
face deflate a bit.
Well, what is in season? Whatever
We
it is.
will have it back in season next year.
Do you have another
and-
pie that's in
Next year.
season?
And she looks over. Luard, put that down. And you see like a little kid holding like a broom and going to hit his sister with it.
Oh, hey, just like my sibling.
Real.
Tiny just stares at it in confusion.
I will say, let me open this up in a copy image. You do see these little cute petit fours in the case. I don't know why that person spelled sandwich wrong, but you know, whatever. It's Pinterest. Nobody's perfect on Pinterest.
They're implying something.
Sandwich!
I
Sandwich.
think her face would be a bit deflated that it's on season, but she would get one each of those as like a
Yeah.
consolation prize.
Mm-hmm. What do you call a mage from the Alakir Desert?
Oh no, this is gonna be an offensive
I'm
joke,
afraid to
isn't
answer
it?
that question.
A sandwich.
Okay, thank God.
I don't do racist jokes, you know that.
I know. So, chat,
You
what does she mean by
also-
this?
Oh my god. No. You also see this. I said I wasn't going to do it, but I instantly went on to Pinterest, search desserts and
Bruh.
start
They did
sharing
everything except for the pie.
Yeah.
My
It's
sandwich.
you know how sometimes you do see things like this where it's like, but you just made a cookie version. They probably have that seasonal because it's so popular in that drums up business when that comes out and lines go out the door, you know?
And he don't care. He's literally just like buffet style, like this, and then this, and then this.
I want this and this and this and this.
I don't know if
Just
Alera
have
would
to come
stop him
back.
or encourage him.
And you also do see those cronuts that was being talked about that
Oh yeah, two
Anise
of those.
spoke of.
Two of those things.
You also
she
see
already-
honey buns, sweet rolls.
Oh, Clarier loves honey, so like some honey buns.
He needs to roll for like
Mhm.
each of these.
Yes, write them down so when he comes
Wait,
back
okay,
next
yeah,
week, he has
I
to
got
roll
this,
for
I
them.
got this. I'll
Clarier
write it
Did
down.
say Nox did say Clarier likes honey, so that's not a stretch.
Yeah, but honey buns are different wave.
There's other ingredients in there too. You do see also, oh, this one looks so fucking delicious. I want to make it sometime.
Are there any raw honeycombs?
No.
Damn.
You
That
also see
honeycomb
this?
looks succulent.
You see a raspberry tiramisu.
Why did he eat the bee?
I think when Tiny pointed that one, she would be like, I don't think that one would travel very well.
He's
But
like,
if you would like to get a small one to try out, then perhaps we could do that.
oh yeah,
Watch
like, I'm
everybody as I
I'm eating most
torture
of
my
this-
players with desserts.
eating- He's just like, yeah. I mean, aren't we eating most of this before we leave?
Oh my god, somebody's gonna have the runs on the road.
And this is
Okay,
how
fine,
you
we'll
get
eat the ones-
dysentery.
Okay, fine. We'll eat the ones that won't travel well.
Lot.
Should I stop?
She glances behind the counter at the person that's like boxing their stuff. Just with a whole lot of stuff. It's just maybe that's it.
Buy as much as you wish, my friend.
Put a hand on Tiny's shoulder. Maybe we'll save
Nope.
some stuff for when we come back here next year for the bread and soup pie.
Okay, and then is there also a
Oh,
baker's
that one is
dozen?
one of our most popular items.
Is there also a baker dozen's worth of sweet rolls in that order?
Oh yeah.
For
Okay,
sure.
cool.
You can't play an Elder Scrolls game without eating every single sweet roll in existence in every single house that you enter.
Yeah.
Even if it's marked as steal, you just wait until they leave the room, crouch down, steal the sweet roll, quickly shove it in your mouth, and leave. Totally did not do that on Nora a ton of times. I can't do it on our end. She doesn't steal.
Tiny just is like, okay, yes, I think that's all. How much for our horde? And he just smiles.
Or you could do the completely unhealthy thing and just steal all the sweet rolls by the house in Whiterun and just fill the main room with sweet rolls.
That is awesome.
You just enter that cell and you're just watches this sweet rolls havoc around the room.
Yeah.
Anyways.
But yes, Tiny asked the shopkeeper, what is the total for all of our things?
The total for all of your items would be 45 gold.
He pulls out 45 gold and puts it down.
I hope you enjoy your treats. Have a nice day.
Thank you. And he immediately just shoves his face with something. And
Mm.
I'm assuming he hands some to Alera and then puts some in his bag and is like, let's go find our friends.
Like mid-fight, she's just like, oh yeah, Anise says hi to Vivian.
I am Vivian. Thank you very much. I will have to take her some of our tiramisu cookies.
Yes. That and cronut. She's quite eager to try that.
Oh,
Sure.
she loves the cronuts. Have a nice day, my dear.
You too.
Fun fact, Vivian is the twin sister of my best friend's character from last campaign. From campaign 1.
I remember you saying that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And now the question is, where's Valeraine?
So, next question.
Next question. Where's Valeraine?
Next
soul?
question.
She knows what I do to her characters. She doesn't care.
I'm shrimposing that we walk into each other on the street then.
Yep. You guys do approach each other on the street, book in hand, and a big box of sweets.
Talzin immediately tucks the book in his bag. He's not showing that shit out yet, because the player's not fucking here.
Yeah!
How dare he?
I'm still scrolling that page of desserts.
Oh no, we distracted the DM with food. Yeah. So
My fat ass shouldn't be doing this.
He nods to the group. It's a good thing I found what we were looking for. So, did you get a nice haul there? Right.
Same here. I would say
That's
we
an affirmative.
found
As he
more
just,
than
like,
we were
has-
looking for.
He just has like the frosting like over his face and in his beard. He's not eating well as they're walking.
Talzin reaches up and prestidigitates the stuff off of his beard specifically.
Oh, thanks, Taliesin. We got you things.
Oh.
Alera, whichever was Talison's and Farron's and Glariers and Caldrum's.
Yeah, she would hand over like the pastries that she recommended when Tiny was asking about what they would like. Like it's probably some kind of like spice thing for Taliesin with like elsewhere spices, or like some Dunmary spice thing. I don't actually know what kind of food Dunmer's like for Farron, but she would try to she would have tried to cater it.
What if he didn't like Dunmer food?
That would be real awkward.
That'd be real awkward.
So-
and
so-
I mean,
racist.
luckily he does, but you can't just assume.
It's
She
racist.
100% assumed.
I think we would have had this conversation by now. We've been together for long enough.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Something with cinnamon, probably a cheesecake with cinnamon would probably be fitting.
Yeah.
Man, you should have gotten some of them tiramisus.
We didn't, but we got these croissant donut
Tiramisu?
things.
Sorry.
You're fine.
You're silly.
We got these croissant donut things, and like we can just rip a piece and everyone can try some of it.
Oh, you mean a cronut?
I don't know. I wasn't paying
You've heard
attention.
of them?
Of course I have. I've fucking had them many times back in my home. Well, yeah, home.
There's too many things to think of.
I'd never
You
Mixed
have a
whatever.
I just want to put out there, you have a servant that you grew up around that made the absolute most delicious cronuts in the world.
Yeah, it works.
Oh,
He
Rich people bullshit. Yeah,
is this to me or to Alira?
to you.
Okay, cool. I just will double check. He takes a cronut. So actually, I should mention it. You know how you like specialized in sweet rolls, Alira, with your baking?
Yes.
So basically, take your mastery of sweet rolls and put it into another person, and then make that specifically cronuts. That was what was her name again?
I'm letting you come up with that.
I think it was Isabella. That's what it was. Nice girl. Very very caring. Much more nice than my stepmother was. But she basically is a master of cronuts and a couple other things, but the cronuts were quite impressive.
Miss Isabella was in Charles, where you grew up?
Yes, she was the, let's call her an overall servant. We gotta understand that despite being a bastard, I was given some amenities to being part of noble life. Aside from the harsh training regimes that my mother put me under, and mostly being eye candy for my dad, to show off to the other nobles, as I'm starting to realize, I still was able to enjoy
I'm glad you
things like-
clarified.
Yeah, shut up. Again, basically was able to enjoy things that certain nobles are able to, like being able to have servants, going out on hunting excursions every now and then, going to plays, being able to play piano, stuff like that.
Ah. She just has the face of like totally not relating because this is rich people bullshit.
Farron too, yeah, he's just like, okay.
I hope that Miss Isabella's still there.
He frowns.
You're pretty sure she is. I mean, works for your dad.
Considering that
It's your dad's house.
Considering that
They're
she's
about to
employed by
change
Stentis.
that.
Sorry, I cut you off.
She was just saying she'd love to.
Well, as long as she's safe, there is a possibility of that happening. But possibly after we're done dealing with Manamarco and the rest of the anchorites. He has as he was like about to eat the slice of like the cinnamon topped cheesecake, he kind of like stops eating and frowns.
I think she mirrors that frown, remembering that, oh yeah, they have to save the world. Right.
He like, I'm assuming it's like a small little box that it was put in for him, the cheesecake.
Oh, it's not all the desserts were put in individual boxes and into a larger box
Okay.
for transport.
Yeah, he just like reseals the cheesecake box.
Anyways, as you guys head out of town and head off toward Coral and continue your discussion and eating your sweets, shall we take a quick 5-minute break?
Sure.
Yep.
Sure.
Okay. We'll
Uh,
take a quick short break because I got to get my dog outside.
We'll be
And
right back. Welcome back, ElderRoles.
Elder Rolls, it's a thing.
It's a place, it's a time, it's a game.
It is a concept and a feeling. Hi, I'm the DM. If you just joined us, we just got back from a short break, and the party is now on their way to Coral.
How many days
Oh.
would that take?
48 hours straight, or about 4 days in total.
Could I do 3 things during travel?
Sure.
First
What
would
are
be
they?
to attune to the bracers.
Mm-hmm. That takes an hour.
Okay, yeah. Second thing would be to check in with Taliesin and ask if he still has the Magica Stone. The walkie-talkie stone.
Oh, which one?
Telvanni.
You guys
stone?
have
He reaches in the bag and he pulls out like 3 stones. Which one?
I don't know, the House Telvanni thingy-mabob.
To Endossi.
Yeah, okay. So before you call him, I will tell you what I was gonna ask, and then can you ask it in a smarter way?
I can certainly try, yes.
Okay, so other king said, Pandemonian king thing said, Telvannis were great with enchantments. So could you ask him if it's possible to have like a headband, and he's like pointing to his head, to keep people out?
He immediately catches on based on the conversation you had with him on the ship, and he's like, snaps his finger and points to you. Right, you mentioned that. Can do. And he calls up Endossi.
Okay. What are you saying to get his attention?
Hello, Endossi, are you available at the moment?
There isn't a reply. It doesn't necessarily mean he's dead. It means the stone is not in his hand. Because as you know, you have to be physically holding the stone to hear it.
Right, yeah, standing.
Or it has to be on the person, so it could be on his desk for all you know.
He's like, he's tapping the stone. This thing working? Hello?
Valera would tug on his sleeve and be like, it has to be on their person for it to connect. So it's possible that he's just away at the moment.
Ah, shit, right. I'll give it another try in an hour.
Okay, no worries. I
He's
wasn't
probably
sure.
sitting in his end table while he's sleeping.
Real.
Put
I wasn't sure, like,
on mute.
I wasn't sure if it was like the alchemy jug where it's once a day, or if it was different, but to check in with you on that.
Well, I do know...
Technically, with sending stones, you can use it up to 3 times a day. I have been originally letting that slide because I didn't couldn't be asked to count how many times a day you use it, and you haven't been abusing it. But yeah, just to let you know, the Sending Stone base 5e is 3 times a day.
Yeah, you said it's like approximately 10 minutes of conversation last time I used it.
Yeah, I was being generous.
Okay.
Okay. And then the third thing Tiny would have wanted to do would ask Alira about her armor. And it's like it looks different, like since you saved me and we got out of that place. It like did you like paint it or like did you like why is it different?
Now that you mention it, it does look a bit brighter.
I forgot to read about this part. I forgot to read about this part. Sending stones have quirks.
Oh joy.
Wait, what?
It could be DM's choice or you can roll for it.
Oh.
I'm not going to tell you what the quirk is.
Oh, fuck. I didn't open the send. You're right. You're so right. Quirk. It's a flip stone.
These stones get a little quirky at night.
You figured out it is not a flip stone. Simple enough.
Can I just go through each of these, like, testing them while they're talking?
You know it's not a skipping stone size. It's not number 4. The funny one is number 6. It has an obnoxious ringtone you can't work out how to change.
No, that bitch is Hello Mocha button Devathir's voice.
No, what it is my Discord entrance sound of
Oh my
Manamarco saying how...
fucking god.
So the chat knows I'm actually going to show them what it says. Give me a sec, because I was on a private.
How foolish.
It's that. No, that's not the quirk, because you would have heard an obnoxious ringtone. Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, yeah,
Sweet.
you would have heard of an obnoxious ringtone by now.
Okay.
And it has notified you of incoming messages before, so it's not the faint pulsing glow one. You haven't been burned by it. And you haven't noticed it picking up other magical conversations. Granted, you haven't been holding it constantly. So that one's a possibility. It gets great reception everywhere except in your headquarters.
That would make so much fucking sense. You have no idea.
Yeah, so it could 8 or 8. You don't know which.
Hold on. I'm sorry. You cut out and roboted as you were talking about number 2?
That's great.
God, that's so funny.
Yeah, so I said it gets great reception everywhere except your headquarters. So it could be 2, 3, or 8.
I think Talenton's just gonna wait and have it next to his head while he's like conversing with Alir and Thurby.
Yeah, it didn't do anything to it. It seems that playing on Zenithar at that moment unlocked some other properties of it.
Oh, so you didn't do it, it changed on its own.
She gives a nod. That is how the vestiges work, at least in history.
That's weird.
Has your apps changed at all?
I'm actually going to roll for the Devathir one. Hold on.
He's like, no, I mean, my axe hasn't changed since I touched it, but that's...
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, it's not a lie.
Yeah.
Tiny's like it's not a lie, right? It's I mean, like you wouldn't expect a weapon or armor to change on its own. It's not like it's a plant that can grow, right? Or is we
Not
chalking this up to
exactly,
magic?
but these items in particular are
I only see
touched.
2 sending stones in your inventory, so
Yes, there are the 2 sending stones, and then the other stone would be the thing that Vanis gave us,
oh yeah,
which
the emergency one-off one.
I believe we have 2 of those, which he put in the fucking
He gave you an emergency one-off like sending stone that will break after, but he also gave you a disc as an emergency teleport.
yeah, that.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. I
But
forgot he gave us 2 of the discs.
yeah, one is a one-off sending stone, so you use it once and then it breaks after you receive a call from it, and then you got a disc to teleport there. But seeing as teleportation's kind of out at the moment.
Wow.
Oh no, I gave that one the special rule of it was pre-casted before, so it's not going to be affected.
Yeah, I was
this
gonna say,
is
wasn't
the one to
this
Artaeum.
Yeah, this was pre-enchanted before the sky went black, so it's fine. But I do have the interesting quirks for both of your sending stones.
Oh boy.
Thorn, were you trying to say something?
I'm trying to remember some. Right. Oh, yeah. These items are touched by the gods, so they don't grow like a plant per se, but their properties can change.
Does that mean all of our stuff can change? He like proceeds to look around at everyone's magic vestige.
She gives a nod. Our vestiges, yes.
Oh. Okay.
It's
Did yours not change?
really.
No, I mean mine hasn't changed. I mean it's basically the same thing from when I grabbed it from the statue.
Maybe we
No,
haven't unlocked it.
it got upgraded by Talos, remember?
That's
Wait,
right.
no.
It got upgraded from the base to the level 1, but it's not its max level.
No, not yet.
Yeah. Sorry,
So
awakened.
every single vestige should be at the awakened level now.
Swag.
Wait,
It's
Thorns
not
wasn't at the
something-
awakened level?
No, it recently went to awakened.
Oh, I thought she got max level with hers.
It went to awakened in Scourge Borrow.
Got it.
It's not something that we can change on our own. It's something that the gods themselves decide. She
Huh.
dies a bit, remembering that external.
But how did it happen if there's the sky is still dark and like his nose starts to bleed and he's like, wait, like
I think you're
his
thinking
one
way
brain
too
cell's
much
on
into this,
fire.
Trippy.
Maybe don't think about it too hard, but they're not totally devoid from here just because their vision is obscured.
Okay.
Speaking of that, looks to Alira.
Ah, your spell.
No, were you able to make it?
She rummages through her pack and pulls out a piece of parchment. I'm assuming it's on a piece of parchment. Yes, I was able to finish it on the ride to Wayrest.
Ah, that's good. Gives me some time to put it in my book.
It's a bit complicated, but I think it will work.
Complicated how?
She'll hand it over. Which is to say, I don't know what it is, but I'm sure the DM
I just put it as a spell scroll in Talison's inventory.
Okay. Spells. He is going to copy that into his Book of Shadows.
Okay.
I wasn't
Are you-
sure what to call it, so I just called
Are
it
you able to cast
Nidra.
7th level spells?
7th? Oh my...
Oh my god.
No. I am a level 9 warlock, so no.
So it is entirely possible. The way I wrote this spell is entirely possible. Anybody who is capable of casting a 7th level spell can cast this spell.
I think that's none of us.
So no one.
Yeah, no one currently.
Fuck.
The curse of multiclassing.
Mm-hmm. But I think eventually Alira will be able to because she is multiclassed into 2 full casters.
Yeah, she when she hits was it 13, which
Mhm.
she's currently 8. That'll be
You have 1 7th level spell slot.
yeah, but she can't cast spells of that level. It's like a weird thing with multiclassing. You get higher level spell slots than what you can cast.
There's a mechanic. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Because technically, the spell that you're going to use on Mana Marco is a 9th.
Wowzers.
So I had to figure out a way around that for you guys. So there's a mechanic. Don't worry about it.
We're gonna nail it, y'all. No
But-
problems.
This spell can be castable. You can either have an ally do it, or one of you could get access to 7th level spells.
How far? I don't know if we wanted. Felder was right away, Rest. I don't know if it's like we're probably already on the road.
Yeah,
Well,
Feldrin's all the way back in Wayrest, and I'd say by this point you're probably well into Hammerfell.
Yeah.
I would say that as he's reading the scroll, his eyes widen a bit and he furrows his brow. Alira,
Yes. What is that?
I don't think I can actually cast this.
That makes 2 of us then. That's part of why it took so long to figure out. A lot of this stuff is much more complicated than I'm used to.
That's... He looks like... There's a vein popping in his neck, but he is... It's not directed at you. I understand. It's not your fault.
I want to give an explanation as to why it's a 7th level. Because technically, Gatagroth is a Dremora.
That they're a Wraith of Crows. I thought Wraith of Crows aren't Dremora.
About the same thing. They have the same level of intelligence, the same level of sentience. They have a Nimic just like a Dremora. So, you know? They just don't have the clan structure or anything like that. They're directly created by the Daedric Prince that they serve, unlike most Dremora, who are just there.
Right.
They're pieces of Padme. But it is this strong for a very particular reason, because you're trying to pull them and rebind them to you, and it's designed for Dremora or sentient level Daedra. So. And did you actually, like, read the wording of the spell?
Yeah.
Any questions on it?
Fail a save. Spell banished. Broken anyway.
That's where it's kind of weird. Because, like, if they succeed the throw, they don't get summoned.
Yeah. Or like...
So it's kind of like the inverse of what you normally would expect. You want them to fail the save completely.
Which I would
So they get...
Which I would get by using... Summon... Which this is just Summon Greater Demon. But it's summoned to Groth because they're a Greater Daedra.
Yeah. That is a temporary one, though. This is permanent. You're technically ripping whatever bound them away from you and replacing them back on you permanently. This is a non-time limit. Summon Greater Demon is a time limit.
Right. Okay. That makes sense. Well,
so that's also another reason why it's so powerful, because you're not just summoning them for a short time. You're making it permanent.
Right. That tracks. That makes sense to me. Taliesin's still angry.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure that you understood the wording, because the way I did write it is kind of like, on the saving throw, is inverse of what you normally would expect.
Yeah. I read it through it several times. It makes sense now, and with the explanation, it helps.
Yeah. I wanted to go weird with it.
No, it works. It works. He quietly puts the scroll into his personal bag and just combs his hands through his hair, very, very frustrated.
There are two other people in the place that, in the province that you're heading to, that is considered an ally who can cast 7th level spells.
Yep.
Amphilius Turan, Cassandra Brucius.
Yeah. Yeah. Can't wait to get insulted because I can't cast a 7th level spell.
You can't cast a 7th level spell because are you an infant?
You little beta.
You say you're a warlock and champion of Nocturnal and you can't cast high level spells? Of course, you're a fucking bat. That's exactly what he's expecting.
Points and laughs.
She's gonna be like, you're a beta cuck while I'm a sigma.
I gotta know. I gotta know though. Is she a baddie?
You've seen her.
Oh, you should see the picture I chose for her for like campaign 2 for Sunday and Monday game.
Oh my god, she's in campaign 2?
Yeah.
I am scared. What?
At least in those games she is.
Oh dear god. Yeah, so I think that would probably be why he's angry. He looks at Alira and then sighs. The whole point of this was so I could summon them, not anyone else.
That's the picture I chose for her in campaign 2.
Ayo.
Amazing. Very, very cunty of her.
Very cunty and high class.
And begrudgingly, I don't want to travel to the Imperial City to ask my mother to summon my fucking bird.
Mom.
Mom!
He gives a sigh. I understand not being too keen on seeing your parents. But unfortunately, there wasn't really a way to simplify it more.
I know. He gives a very weak smile. You did your best, and that's all I can ask for. I appreciate it nonetheless. I don't even know if Nocturnal will give me the power to do such a thing, if I can.
She gives a nod.
Oh.
Well, there's only one way to try. And if the opportunity arises, then I'll leave that to you.
Right. And he like, because it's dark, he like puts the goggles on, but then he like shakes his head and like takes the goggles off because he says the goggles of night on. Huh. That's odd.
What is it?
He's rubbing his eyes. My vision hasn't changed when I put these on. That's really weird. And you look at him, he doesn't look any different. Still has like his normal eyes.
New Eldritch Invocation.
Yeah.
I've never heard of it being just gaining dark vision unless it... Daedra stuff.
Huh. He like looks at his blade for a second. Maybe she is still looking over me somehow. Well, if I can see in the fucking dark, I don't need these anymore, so here you go. And he hands you, Alira, the goggles of night.
Here you go, human.
Oh.
I shouldn't talk because of my Saturday game I played Changeling, and my only trick is I can look like you. And they do indeed turn into their party members to mock them.
She'll tuck it into her belt next to her spellbook.
Are you able to send that over? Do you want me to drag it into
Already
her
did.
list? Okay.
It
Aye.
worked.
It served me quite well. So, now I won't be the only one trying to, shove the big man through a dark hallway.
The goggles, they do nothing.
Nothing.
The more eyes, the better.
By the way, guys, don't forget to mark off a long rest.
Yes.
Swag.
And if you guys use anything before you get to Coral, I'll remind you again. But I'm going to go ahead and advance it 3 days.
Yeah, there
So
was,
how
like-
many days do we long rest for?
3 so far. But I assume you still don't sleep, so I'm probably going to leave it at 3.
Go to sleep, Taliesin.
Well, if we sleep for 3 days, that means I can use my moon marks again, and I don't have an exhaustion anymore, so...
Yep.
Sick.
I mean, Tiny would say that we
Swag.
should probably just take breaks on the side of the road, so we also don't wear the horse out.
Yeah.
Taliesin would agree
Because
with that.
going for 3 days straight will kill the horse.
Yeah, no, yeah. So Tiny would be like, you can sleep, I can take watch. Like
So
back in the old days.
yeah, so the entire trip will take 3.5 days.
That's fine.
Yeah. So there was like, okay, was like a few things that she wanted to try to do,
Okay.
which if she can, it's totally cool. First one was she wanted to try to take a crack at her grandpa's enchantments.
If you want to do that in the back of a cart that is rocking around on the road, on a cobblestone to dirt road, I will be having you roll that at disadvantage.
You could probably do
Ooh.
that when we camp, right? Because we're gonna stop. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That is true. But if you're going to do it, like, physically on the road.
No, she was
Yeah.
probably white.
I mean, have you ever tried texting or, like, writing while as a passenger in a car? It's fucking impossible.
Yeah, I used to do my homework on the car.
Yeah.
Thumbs up in motion sickness.
Yeah, same.
I always
Yeah.
fell asleep in cars. Just out like a light.
Same.
Mm-hmm. We'd get in a car, and, like, I'd be with my mom, and we'd be going, like, maybe 3 miles down the road, and my face would be against the window. She'd look over and be like, oh. She always teased me, you fell asleep like that when you were a baby, too, when I got you in the car. Anyways. So
Yeah,
I'll
she
let
would-
you crack at it while camping.
Okay.
Roll normal. Oh, that was almost a 4. 24? Let me check my notes. This might be big.
Eyebrow raise.
Guess what the DC is for 3rd level?
25.
25.
It's 25.
Oh.
That sucks.
Oh. Can she have advantage because she's having delicious sweets
No.
while she's studying? Damn it.
Nope.
She's got like 2 more
Nope.
days. It's fine.
It's fine. She didn't
there
roll
is-
a 1. Or, yeah, 1 is it completely resets. When the total is 5 and under, then it's like, or like the die roll is 5 and under, then it drops down 1 level. So
8. Cool.
that's why I kind of held my breath, because on my screen it seemed to just like stick on 4 for a second before rolling over to 14. I was like, ugh.
I did see that, and I was also stressing. Yeah,
Yeah.
but one other thing she wanted to try to do was translating this stuff in Fennec's journal. So I don't know if she would take a crack every night.
That I will have to put in your downtime journal, because it's going to take time, because that journal is over 900 years old.
8.
And a lot of it is in Old Bretic. Like, most of the pages are in Old Bretic. The ones that you read are the newer pages that are in current Bretic. But the stuff that's really fucking old, like that he wrote back when he was talking with Mana Marco during the plane meld and stuff like that, are in Old Bretic. So it's going to take time. It's like reading Old English compared to modern day English. They're 2 drastically different creatures. So I will be putting a downtime task into your downtime tab for that.
Yeah, she'd probably, like, the first night I feel like she would take a crack at the book and then, like, get excited, but it doesn't work, and her
And as you, like,
face just kind of
Flip.
falls.
look through the pages and see, like, only those few pages are in current Bretic, your face just drops. Like, oh, he writes in Old Bretic a lot.
Fucking
Yeah,
nerd.
I think she'll... He's a mega nerd.
He's over 900 years old. What are you talking about? Old Bretic is his native language.
Nerd.
I think when they're, like, camping at night, you'll see her go a bit of a ways off and just like sit down and start translating, and that's what she'll do the remaining nights.
Okay. It is now in your downtime tab. And it is an intelligence check. So so the first night you tried to do your grandfather's thing, unless you're opting to do
Yep.
the other nights.
Now, I'd probably do the grandfather thing first, and then the other 2 nights.
So I'm going to go ahead and preemptively put this in, because currently I'm just going to constantly change this when you do actually get the 3rd level unlocked. Okay. Completion target will be that. And I will go ahead and roleplay. I'm going to put in the description, like, the current level that you're at, the DC for it, and the stipulations for losing a level or getting reset completely back.
Well, I guess the last thing that she was gonna suggest was if we wanted to. I guess I can do it in character, just like one time over the campfire, she'd be like, the king did mention possibly reaching out to Arin and Feldrin, although we already talked to Feldrin. But he did bring up wanting to check on the state of the Elden Root as well. And we do know one individual who's making his way there.
You mean the King of Somerset?
She nods.
Worth a
The one we
try.
helped in Haven, yes.
Definitely worth a try, I'd say.
I'm not sure what we tell them. Protect the towers.
Pretty
Kind of
sure.
already told Arin. And she said she was going to watch the throat of the world.
And she said she was also going to kill What's-His-Face in solitude.
Yeah, that guy's probably already dead. It's been
You
several
can just
days.
be like, how's it going?
Oh,
Did
she's
you
been
kill your
wanting to kill him.
target?"
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if
You
you
can
want...
check in
And our
on her.
And our plans might be exposed.
And I think you... No, because you hadn't gone to Mana Marco's house yet when you last saw King Alfdor.
Yeah, he doesn't know about the tower's plot.
Uh-huh.
I mean...
The real...
Having Alfdor know about our intentions and plan, considering that he is no friend of Manamarco or the Worm Cult for that matter, might be beneficial, considering that A, he's a powerful mage, and B, he's going to be finding powerful mages. So, might be wise.
Do you think we should tell him of the orbs, or just that his plot involves the towers?
Just that his
He already
plot...
knows about the orbs.
Oh, derp. Yeah, he was
He
literally
says
there.
that, yeah. He
Yeah.
already knows about the orbs, Olivia. Just tell him about the plot, because that way they can watch the green sap.
She nods. Right. Let me try that.
Think it out before you say it. You got it. You don't want to be like mid
Nope,
sentence
we're
and be
just
like,
going on vibes.
Okay, cool. Tiny gives you 2 thumbs up.
Wait, get that spell in the chat.
He should know your voice, Olivia. Don't worry about it.
King
What?
Alfdor.
That's all you're saying for your first message, because you're going to have to
No.
recast.
I'm still going.
Because you're going to have to recast if you go, King Althor, and he goes, yes, you're going to have to recast, and then... I love a message.
It's Alira. We met in Haven. Manamarco's plot involves the towers, including the green sap in Grotwood.
Okay, you're at 23 words.
Fuck.
I feel like some of those
And then
were...
it cuts off.
It just 25 words is where it's at, I think. You said
Yeah,
a
she would
short
say,
message,
could
yeah.
you? And then it cuts off, and then she's just like, oh.
No, I was gonna say, it's like, I'm pretty
Could
sure
you-
those 2 words are like 1 word, because Grotwood's 1 word.
You're being very persnickety about that.
But it is! It's not syllables, it's words.
There's a couple different spellings to that.
Oh my god. Ain't no way.
Just like there's a couple different pronunciations for Kim. Some people call it Chim. Some people call it Kim.
We need someone to like turn on a finger hand counting as people are saying.
I was counting on my fingers as she was.
Hey, bravo.
It's pronounced GIF, not GIF.
Todd Howard, you got anything to say on the Grot Oak? Is it 1 or 2 words?
God fucking
This is
damn
very
it.
important for my D&D game.
She'll recast it and say, could you watch over the green sap? The Grot Oak. It's in danger. That's it.
Okay, I like how you said both names for
I
it.
Just to make, maybe the high elves hear one name and like not the other name. We're just covering our bases so we don't need to recast ending again.
Would you like to also call it like it's also an Elden route, and you get to Elden route by taking this path. It connected. You can sense that it connected to him. And then you hear a tired voice in your head. Was it really necessary to center that while I was sleeping?
Recast sending.
I don't know when it's day or night.
Yes. Just 1 word used.
Giga Chad phase.
He waits a few moments, hoping he says literally anything else.
I will see to it. I'm already in Elden route. And that's all you got from him. He sounds a little annoyed.
So, did you get anything?
Well, it didn't seem to be the best time, but he says that he'll see to it.
Taliesin rolls his eyes. Of course it's not the best time, it's the end of the fucking world.
I
God
suppose
forbid
he'll-
he sleeps.
It's
God.
hard to tell when one will be awake or asleep without the sun.
God forbid an elf sleeps, I guess.
This is not 5e elves. There's no trance.
She laughs. We could all use that. Especially before we get to Chorl.
He grins. You've been calling it
just-
choral for the last couple days. You know it's pronounced choral, right?
Her face just goes red with embarrassment. She's just like, I'd always seen the name written, but
Oh,
How's
no.
that?
Don't think too much about it. I love messing with people that always see it. It's like, you're not the first that's done that, trust me. I don't mean this as a condescending way, but if you're not an Imperial, you always pronounce it wrong.
She chuckles a bit. Well, at least it wasn't as bad as the time I kept calling Imperial City icy.
He cringes a
Should have
bit.
been exasperated look on her face.
Cyrodiil.
Please
Cyrodiil.
shut up. Shut the
Cyrodiil.
Well-
Or in like the remastered or original Oblivion, Falkreath is pronounced wrong. I just look at my computer screen each time I overhear the NPC conversation. Go, it's Falkreath.
What do they say?
Valkyrie.
Falkreath or something like that. I don't exactly remember. I tried to block it out because it annoys me.
Meanwhile, I'm from Rorikstead.
Falkreath. Falkreath.
Falkreath is actually my favorite.
No, it's Falkreath. I just
Falkreath?
remembered. Falkreath.
I love
Just
Falkreath.
like
It's
they
beautiful
also
there.
say Deidra.
Deidra.
And I'm like, stop, please. Every other game says Deidra.
Fucking Rith Lithandes. More like instead is Writhe Lithandes.
Anyways.
He grins. Well, that time you got lost way back in what the fuck's the city name? Hold on. In Hellstrom.
Now it's her turn to cringe. I'd rather not remember that.
Oh, it was bloody cute. You looked like a tourist. Technically you were, but that's beside the point.
Como estas. Eat two.
I've never seen so many Argonians angry at the same time.
I've seen more.
Double takes at Farron.
What'd you do?
What did you do?
No, wait, there's a story here. I want to know this. What'd you do?
Well, a volcano erupted, and then they sacked the city we used to live at when we were vulnerable.
Oh, I thought it was like you did something like you played a joke and then it wasn't funny.
No,
That's not
just
funny.
me and my family paying for our stupid ancestors.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait, that actually happened.
Yeah, do you guys not know that this far out?
Oh, I know that the Red Mountain erupted
Nope.
and destroyed Vardenfell, but I didn't know about the Argonians sacking it.
They invaded many of our settlements back in the mainland.
Is that why there's still that territory going on in Narcissus?
Yeah, that's where we were from.
Oh. Shit, I'm sorry, I didn't know that.
I guess it's ancient history now.
Nah, it's not ancient. It's just recent. Ancient is Manamarco. That's ancient.
Yes,
Yes,
I guess on a cosmic scale, it did happen rather recently, but after living so many years away from that old place, it feels a lot longer than it was.
Well,
That's true. I guess if you're counting moons, you could say many moons ago and just has a big smile on his face. He's like, ah.
Eyebrow raise.
Funny.
I suppose.
Funny you mentioned that, Tribby. Ronnie used to use that phrase quite a lot when she exaggerated.
Mm-hmm. He's like, his face goes stoic, like, oh no, did I push a button I wasn't supposed to?
He's smiling.
Oh, okay.
But me, my sister, and my dad are pretty much the last of our line at this point. If the others survived, I certainly never heard of it.
Well, considering that one of those people, they were underneath the... Ooh.
Two
Why
very
can't
good
I roll
rolls.
like that for my grandpa's turtle? Gosh dang it! Why is it Fennec's thing?
I mean, if you'd like, considering we're gonna be going to Black Marsh anyway to go get one of the orbs,
See 47 of them.
we probably could stop by Hellstrom to get rid of one of those fucking, revenants. Apparently he's supposed to be the
No,
one
wrong.
heading the military efforts, the one that was doing the whole Narcissus conflict to begin with. Priestess, right?
Priestess, yeah.
Yeah, I was right! He called himself Priestess. Wasn't there when we were there last time.
His cover name was Hal Maki, though.
Yeah. Went by Hal Maki, if that rings any bells, Farron.
You wouldn't know, you weren't with the party at the time that they were in Hellstrom. You were picked up shortly after. And
Don't.
from what I'm gathering of your character, doesn't give a shit about Argonian politics.
Yep. Not really.
So Hal Maki... Actually... Hal Maki might slightly ring a bell. Because he's the general of the warrior arm of Black Marsh. The ones doing the war.
Ooh, that could be fun.
But Caldron was with the party at the time.
Yes.
Would you like to take a guess why Hal Maki wasn't there?
Yeah, I figured.
He would have been noticed immediately.
Halmaki walks straight up to Caldron. Ah, I've never seen a Malmer this far south before. Grips him with a death grip.
You
It's
actually
almost
cut out
like-
just a tiny bit during that.
It's almost as if Selenir may have warned him.
That's crazy.
Anyways, just a sec.
What did I
Plot
we cut out?
The plot chickens.
Yeah, during that joke.
I was like, oh, I've never seen a Malmer come this south before. Grips him with a death grip.
No.
You.
Subscribe.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Okay.
Hello.
Conversation. Any other roles you want to do before we move on to the main event?
Has it been a week yet?
No.
Damn. Is there anything I can do? I suppose, like, when they're resting, the shadow pops out and just sits next to Taliesin.
Gonna be like a little watcher all night.
Yeah, because he's like, when he looks at Taliesin, there's like a very sympathetic look, but when he looks at anybody else, it's just a pure glare of hatred.
Yeah. Well, look at it this way. You're currently all wearing necklaces of detection divination, or I always get the name for them wrong. You know, those necklaces.
Amulet of proof
So
against
for the
detection.
most part, yeah, amulet of proof against detection. So for the most part, you cannot be scryed upon unless it's a high level spell, like 8th and 9th level. They're not being scryed on currently. all is quiet.
Oh.
Take that how you will.
I actually want to say, Talzin would be talking to the group on when they're getting closer to Coral. It's really on the last night, quote unquote night. So, plans and whatnot. I recall seeing where the orb was. It was on some sort of mantle within the manor. I remember it fondly. I believe it was in the dining hall. And this, in particular, going into my bit of a strategic mindset, I saw, back in my vision, I saw that the night I rested, there was Mana Marco posing as someone else. There was, of course, Silanir, and then there was Araclane. Now, if I had to take a guess, I would think that it would either be Silanir or Araclane that's going to be potentially an issue. Most likely Araclane, because he is still technically the High Justicia of the Imperial City. So most likely we will be encountering him, right? If it comes to it, I would very much like to kind of get in, get out. If the rest of you are okay with that. I'm not really in... I don't really want to fight Araclane. Not from the matter of him being an anchorite, but from the fact that we need to get these orbs, and they're a bigger priority than fighting a fucking anchorite.
Tiny raises his hand.
Yes, 3B.
So I can try to ask the spirits again. I mean, it's like a yes or no thing, and it has to be something we do soon. So I don't know if you want to ask, like, or I can ask, is the orb at blank?
I mean, we already know that it is, and you already did that last time, remember?
Yeah,
Right,
it was sprayed upon.
It could move, right? It's like it's
He
been how many days?
he shakes his head. The orb is, from my understanding, was in Anvil when I saw it. Now that it's the fact that it's in my father's manor, means that it's being put there as a centerpiece. The thing you have to understand about my father is that he's a collector of many strange things, from Dwemer to Aelia to glowing orbs of divine power that he doesn't probably know is from a divine. Araclane probably knows that it's there. He also probably knows that it's under my father's watch. So, hopefully, the only person we'll be contending with is my father. And possibly some guards, but that's besides the point.
I mean, it's a yes or no question. I mean, so if we want to ask about location, we could ask about something else. Like, is someone there waiting for us to take it? Or, oh, what if we ask your... He tries to figure out the word stepmom to bring it to us outside.
He thinks on that for a moment, and then shakes his head. Cassandra is not on the best of terms with my father. The last I spoke with her back in the Synod, she mentioned something about him being volatile and drinking quite a lot. So,
Well,
I would imagine that she's actually in the Imperial City, which will be much harder to reach her.
okay, well, the option's there if you or anyone thinks of something I should ask.
He stops for a moment. This is actually going to be cool. He sighs. I could potentially see if Lucian could get it for us to avoid some unneeded conflict.
You want me to ask if it's safe for Lucian to get it for us? Lucian's your brother, right? Like, right? I remember that.
Aye, he is. Captain
Yeah, I
of the
mean, I can
Coral
ask
Guard.
that. Do you want me to ask the spirits that?
I would, if you don't mind, it is a bit selfish, but
Nah.
I would like to keep my brother out of harm's way if possible.
Sure. Where's...
So, Tal.
Aye?
So you're saying there's a possibility that the Arcane fella will be there?
I mean, we're going to be entering Cyrodiil. There's a possibility that he could be anywhere on our asses. Not only are we wanted, but he pretty much controls that entire territory, and it's not hard to get around Cyrodiil.
I'm quite aware. This is
Tiny,
a bit of a minefield.
you get nothing. No good or bad results.
Interesting.
But if Arcane is involved...
It's all. Keep in mind, this could mean the bones just can't answer that particular question.
Huh. Ani just replies, maybe there's too many moving pieces to this puzzle. Like, would your brother help? Could he get caught? But I don't have a good or bad.
He looks at Tiny, frowns, and looks back to Farron.
Because I definitely would also like to avoid conflict whenever possible, really. But there's also a matter of my sister's well-being. I always have to factor that in. After all this time, we still don't have any lead on where he might be keeping her.
I have an idea, but it's not perfect, and there's a reason why I'd want to avoid the conflict, because that involves that as well. Anyone that Araclane has under him, either imprisoned or likewise, will be in danger if he's killed, or if something happens to him. Because when the person that's in control of that crumbles, in any form of leadership, they don't really often, even in Imperial standards, show mercy to those that is under that person's care, so to speak.
And what exactly are we to do in that case?
Well,
Can't just leave them there.
he rubs his beard in thought. There's a couple of things we could possibly do. We would need to prove that Araclane was the enemy if we do end up having to deal with him, which, again, hopefully that's not the case. But worst comes to worst, we need to prove that he was working for the Cult of the Black Worm, either by some symbol or something in his office. That way we could also clear our names in Cyrodiil as well by saying that Araclane was the one that framed us for the thefts. And if somehow my brother or my father or even my Cassandra survives anything that goes on in there, then they could help us clear our names as well, and that way we could have a bit more leeway with the Legion. Because as far as I'm concerned, I'm technically dishonorably discharged, and my word doesn't hold weight anymore until that's cleared. Tullius might be able to help us too, but I'm not sure on that. He then runs a hand through his hair.
I will say, about this time, you are turning on the road and going up the hill to Coral from the Hammerfell border. You can see in the distance the tall walls of the city of Coral.
Okay. And this was after the last long rest, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I didn't say this because I didn't know where the setting was for this conversation. So while he's talking, there is a new feature on him. His eyes are the nocturnal black and purple the entire time. He hasn't noticed anything at all.
That totally won't get you in trouble.
Yeah, it's gonna be great.
Wait, when did your eyes turn black and purple?
What?
What? What do you
What do you-
mean, what?
What are you talking about?
You?
Yeah,
don't have a-
he's right.
Anyone have a mirror? Like,
Handheld mirrors are rare because they break
or
easy
like a
on the
piece of
road.
glass or something.
Yeah,
But-
like is the silver dagger he has, is that like reasonably reflective?
Because you haven't used it yet, so yeah.
Yeah,
All
there
right.
you go.
He looks to see his fucking gaze has changed. He's like, what the fuck? When did that happen?
What did you eat, Taliesin?
I didn't eat anything.
Why the fuck are your eyes purple?
I don't know. This looks like the same exact eye thing that happened when he was in the Evergloam.
Yeah.
The scaleras are shadow, and there's like wisps going off of his eyes.
Tiny just goes Glaria.
No, no, he can't do that. He's not here.
Can't
He
do that.
would.
He's
You're just be like, what do you
well,
want,
then
Daddy?
we're gonna have to cover it that another time, seeing as Glarior is the resident Daedra expert. So let's shelve the conversation on the eyeballs for now.
Cool.
He shrugs and just casts minor illusion over his face.
Somebody needs to learn the cantrip hide feature that I made. Because I think minor illusion does not last long.
Is hide feature in the Cylinders or Manamarco's book?
No. It is a common illusion cantrip, and it lasts until dispelled.
Oh wow, I don't have that.
I feel like Galera would mention that then.
Yeah, she would know what it is.
We may need to look into learning that at some point.
Looks at Alira, nods. That would be nice. Unless anyone here actually knows it.
She shakes her head.
Calvin
Definitely
moves
not
a bit
me.
closer. He walked off a little bit. What are you talking about?
Taliesin looks back at him and his eyes are black and purple.
Purple sclera, black, or purple iris, black sclera, with shadowy sclera, because they're not voids like the black sclera of the revenants. They're shadow.
I'll post a reference for what I'm talking about because I actually have them.
Yeah, because revenants, it just looks like their glowing iris is floating over a sea of endless black. It's almost like their socket is empty and there's just an iris.
Yeah.
Yours is different because your eyes are solid white.
Oh my god,
You
cool.
could just see the faint glow of your white iris underneath.
Ah.
Because Malmer just have to be different.
That won't be good going to any towns.
From what I looked, no, it won't.
Do you have any spells to cover it up?
Well, that is what we were discussing, and came under the cantrip known as Hide Features. Alira mentioned it to me.
No. I used that to cover up my eyes before.
Yeah, oh yeah, technically you do have that cantrip, but seeing as it's a non-consequential one, I didn't put it on your sheet because it doesn't do any damage or anything. It's just hides a feature until it's dispelled or you remove it.
Mm-hmm. And it got forcefully taken off of me.
It got dispelled is what happened.
I thought I just couldn't
So
hide
you
my...
could have just put it back up over your eyes, but you didn't.
it kept getting, like, knocked off of me, so I just left it.
Yeah. Like Silner's like, haha, no.
How,
But you didn't.
how long would that take for you to teach that to me, Caldron?
Cantrip level, I'd say half a day.
Won't be too long, about half a day.
Good. He hands Thribby the reins. Let's get started before we get there.
Okay. You spend the half a day it takes to get from the border of Hammerfell to probably about 10 minutes from town to do that. I'm not going to put it on your spell list. Just say when you're going to use it. It doesn't need to be on your spell list.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll
It
put
doesn't
that in
have a
notes.
saving throw or anything. It's just like hide one minor feature on the body, like a scar or the color of your eyes. That's it. Technically, you can make yourself look blind with that spell.
He casts it to bring back his golden hazels. Do I look normal again?
I mean, you always look normal. You just had funny eyes for a second.
Normal is a matter of perspective.
He stares
Yeah.
at Thribby and immediately drops the fucking cantrip.
Oh, well, yes, okay, yeah. I mean, our normal... What's normal at this point?
He recasts
It is a
it.
It is a matter of perspective.
That word that Fern said.
As I would like to quote Astarion, I can't tell if half of it. I
doing
can't tell
great.
what's good.
I love that quote.
That's getting clipped.
Hello, I had a stroke. Something about weirdos.
That's
Something
getting
about
fucking clipped.
You got
Hey,
this,
look.
girl!
I'm glad I fucked up there and not this next part. You're gonna hate me.
Oh, joy.
So,
The one downside to not being a vampire is you can't look at yourself in the mirror anymore.
no, it was about when Orm's like disguised as one of your party members and has kidnapped him. Now that there's a shapeshifter in the group, I can't tell who's who because we're all just a bunch of fucking weirdos or something like that. Every adventuring
enough.
party is full of fucking weirdos. Let's face
True story.
it. Especially
But
you.
weirder.
Um,
I could have been weirder, why wasn't I?
I don't know. Why weren't you weirder?
We need a
You're
bunch
bucking
of
the trend.
Glariors in
This
the
is
party.
abnormal. Yeah, just all Glariors.
Oops, all Glariors.
Oops, all Glariors.
Oops, all
Anyways.
schizophrenic druid warlocks. We love you, Nox.
Or oops, all tinies. Oh god.
Ooh.
Yo, a group of barbarians would do some serious damage.
Do
Just
some
roll
serious damage, but figuring out the plot? Nope.
Go.
Okay, there's that
Go.
one friendly NPC we will ask all the questions to.
It's gonna be Man Marco, like, disguised, because he's just so tired of you.
It's Man Marco wearing a mustache.
He just got tired of us, like, missing all these plot points he said.
Like, god damn it.
I
Just
was
a bunch
so
of caveman.
intricate. I made these little stories, and the prophesy just ignored them because they can't fucking read. I hate these motherfuckers.
I just break down
So
the
he just
door.
slaps on a fake mustache and tells you the plot.
Yeah.
And the best part is they probably wouldn't figure out it's Man Marco and a mustache because they're all too
Ugh.
stupid.
Just a bunch of cavemen.
Go. Bo.
Anyways, as you get closer, probably about 30 minutes away, the slow pitter-patter of rain starts to fall. Just looking up, there's obviously still no clouds. It's falling through the void shroud. Just, you hear it on the roof of the covered wagon. And it just slowly starts picking up, and soon the stone road is just has a slight sheen of water as you go up the hill. And as you get closer to the walls, you do see smoke rising from inside the city walls. The guards, not at that gate.
Oh, Tiny immediately like, Taliesin,
What? And
what about seeming? Do we think there's still wanted posters of us?
he looks at Thribby and then sees the gates and then sees the smoke rising. And he's like half processing the question.
It's not black smoke, like a fire actively going. It's the color of smoke as it's being put out, as it's being hit by water. And it is currently raining.
That's not right. He takes the reins from Thribby and just fucking giddies up.
That horse is running, and within a few minutes, you're at the gates. And like you saw from some distance away, there are no guards at the gates right now. Whatever's going on, the guards went to it.
Shadow pops out immediately.
Why?
Yeah.
You just pooping out a shadow?
Popping out.
Shitting.
No.
I'm shitting.
Can
Look.
I...
There's a small difference between popping and pooping, and that is a single O.
I very much said popping.
I know. I know you
Can-
did.
Can I be like...
I
looking
said
around?
pooping.
Can Tiny be on lookout to see if we're walking into an ambush?
You could perception check.
Okay, cool, thank you.
But those of you with an intelligence score of above 10 can see that this is not an ambush. Sorry, Tiny.
That's fine.
Tony's like, oh my god, fire, it's an ambush. Everybody else is like, no, they're not at the gate because there is a fire.
Thribby, help me open the fucking gate.
Yeah, jumps down and lifts the gate out of the way.
That's a door, but
You-
yes.
Pull the gate open inside, and
Strength of 20. I don't. Words are hard. Just push things.
you do, like, the streets are fairly empty. But you do hear the sound of dying crackling down the street and to the left towards the noble quarter. And voices, Taliesin. You also hear voices. Some shouts, some murmuring.
We have to save Counselor Floric.
God fucking damn it.
Oh my god. Where's the spell create water? Just go.
The sky is creating water right now.
5 minutes. We can't have one fucking serious scene for 5 minutes. I swear to fucking God, I'm gonna strangle you, Siren. Taliesin.
You know where your home is, Taliesin. The noble quarter.
Getting a very bad feeling. The shadow is going to like meld into Taliesin but still be active. So it looks like a kind of like a shroud in a way. And he's gonna look to
Aw, it's hugging you.
pretty much. And he looks towards the party, and he has like this very pleading look on his face, but he doesn't say anything as he rushes towards the noble quarter.
Rush down the street, and any looky-loos that are standing outside their home or outside the temple don't seem to be paying you any mind. And you also have not seen any wanted posters of yourself in Coral as you run through the streets.
Do
And
I
as you
spot my
round-
brother at all while I'm looking at anyone?
You're what?
My brother.
No.
Oh no.
As you round the corner, there before you is the Brucius Manor in ruins. Smoldering fire burnt to the ground. And standing in front of it, your stepmother, hugging her arms, watching on, and directing the guard to dig through the rubble.
He rushes up to where Cassandra is and slows his walk, and he starts hyperventilating. No. No, 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 no.
She turns to you, looks a little surprised, then pulls you to the side, puts her hands on your shoulder. Calm down, we are looking now.
Where's my dad? Where's Stentis?
She looks around. I need to talk in private. And she, as your friends run up, she casts Liamon's tiny hut, which I'm renaming Hannibal's tiny hut.
Ha 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 ha! Clever. Okay.
Hannibal.
Hannibal Traven.
Hannibal Traven.
Have the lamb stop screaming, Clarice.
God fucking damn it.
Damn it. And she casts it around you too, so your friends cannot enter, see in, or hear you currently. It is just you two.
Tiny is boots of speed, raging, and just shuffling through to think there because he thinks there's someone under the rubble. So he's just going and talking.
Yeah, you're gonna go and help the guard clear the rubble, and you all noticed running to the scene. There is no wanted posters of you in this town. You have seen them on posts at the border where the road crosses into Searsville. You have seen pictures of yourself at the border post, but not in Coral. Anyways, once Hannibal's tiny hut goes up, you are not going to like what I tell you, but you need to remain calm. Do you understand me? Because if you freak out, it could spell the end for them.
He stares at her, like, clutching his amulet, then runs his hand through his hair, and then he remembers something. Give me 1 second. I must not fear. Fear's the mind killer. Fear's the little death that brings total obliteration.
Stop. Right now. This is your prophecy. Act like it. Do you see how I'm acting? This is my son and my husband. I'm not freaking out. I want answers and I want this solved. You should act the same way too. Now you're getting a sense of your stepmother. But she seems to have this look of caring in her eyes. A little bit of worry. But she is keeping her composure. Do I make myself clear?
He stops talking and stares at her for a moment, and that stare turns into a glare, but he slowly nods. As always.
First and foremost, I am for this family. Yes, I treated you harshly and horribly when you were young. But that was out of jealousy, and I do admit my fault in that, like I've previously stated. But right now, your brother and your father need you. Because Arclane took them.
What?
He took them. Do you realize I have that house bugged? Magically.
You hardly tell me anything, so no.
No, of course I have the house bugged. I have to keep our family's secrets safe. We lead this town. He also took something from the manor. I don't know what. I did hear him say grab that as well. And take them to the White Gold Tower. I
Yes.
immediately came here.
At the mention of the White Gold Tower, his eyes do go wide. What are they planning there? Do you even know?
I get the sense it's a trap. For you. For your friends. She looks and she can... You can see them outside the dome. But they can't see or hear in. Don't worry, Anvilius filled me in on everything. Word spreads fast among the powerful. He apparently has been in contact with Devaithfir, who has been in contact with House Tilvani.
Staunch
This
allies
is a
of
trap
ours.
for you. Yes. This is a trap for you. But the problem is, if you don't go into it... You see her get choked up for a minute. suck in a breath, almost like she's trying to keep from crying, and she holds herself straight. Let's just say it'll be the end of the line of Brucius.
He looks down at his hands and then back up to Cassandra.
Even I don't have the sort of power to move worlds to make you leader of the house. No one short of the Emperor can do that, and our current Emperor's an idiot.
He's no better than the Thalmor, Cassandra, you know that.
I do. That's why I say the Brucius line will die. He took something with them. You know exactly what Arclane took.
Yeah.
At this point, first target is now on the map.
Oh, no. Oh, fuck. Okay.
The problem is, well, Stentis and I have worked very hard, as well as your brother, to keep those flyers out of the city. You won't get that in Imperial City. This is a challenge for you. You know how our Arclane always was with you. But he does not know Imperial City like I do. There is a way in. Do you have a map?
He takes his map out of his bag.
And she uses magic to mark it on your map. The entrance, you know where.
It's in the fucking sewers, isn't it?
Yes.
Ah, we're doing the Thieves Guild quest. Let's go.
No, you're doing the prologue quest reversed.
We're doing the prologue quest reverse. Let's go. We're gonna fight goblins, guys, and rats.
Goblins and fucking rats, baby.
Oh my god, we're gonna run into Valen.
Dude, is that Boris?
You're gonna get that one dude just like in the cell, just sassing you constantly. How
You're
is he
gonna
still there?
die here, Imperial. Die.
Die.
Immediately stabs
You're gonna
him.
die here, Breton.
Yeah, that's Valen.
I also am playing a Dunmer character named Ulia Halalu. She's gonna go back there and fucking kill him.
So real for that.
Yeah. Lynette doesn't. She just thinks he's below her and is like, well, I'm the one stuck in here. Fuck you. And walks out through the secret door. Go through there. And she's going to hand you a scroll of open.
Ooh.
This will unlock the sewers for you to go in. Go through there and follow the sewers all the way to Emperor Greenway. And then once you're there, I wish you luck. Bring them back alive, please.
Even if it means my death, I'll do that.
Here's to hoping you do not die. Prove to me how talented you are.
We'll see if the one that's not of your blood can actually succeed for once, Cassandra.
You are of my husband's blood, though.
There is a request I have for you. He
What would
grimaces.
that be?
It can't be done in the city. And he... First of all, he drops the visage of his face so it shows the purple eyes. And second, he pulls out the scroll. My affinity with Nocturnal has grown stronger, but unfortunately Manamarco has banished my servant, a very powerful wraith of crows named Gatorgroth. Unfortunately, I also know where they are, and I can't summon them without being ripped to shreds, as you may as well know now that teleportation will gut you, so to speak. But
So you want me to cast this once teleportation can be done again?
well, from what I understand, this can be cast now because it bypasses the teleportation, right? Like, that was like the whole point.
Yeah, it's a summoning spell. She's just speculating.
Okay, I just want to clarify.
I'm not using above table knowledge, essentially.
Cool. He shakes his head. This isn't a teleportation. This isn't just a mere usage. This is beyond my capabilities, but it summons them. It will bind them to my service, and I would rather have them in this fight than not.
You can actually do it yourself.
What?
There's a way to do it. It's a little dangerous, but it can be done.
Cassandra, my life has
After
been
you
nothing
get-
but dangerous recently, so anything would be useful.
After you get your brother and your father back, go to the Arcane University. You know where my office is. There are a few potions that can temporarily allow you to cast spells of a higher power than you normally would be capable of, but at a downside.
That would be...
It drains your energy
Mm.
badly. So how this works is, this is an introduction to mana potions.
Yeah!
Or magicka potions. It, depending on the strength of the magicka potion, it will allow you to cast a certain level of spell. But the stronger the magicka potion, the more levels of exhaustion it adds. So what you're trying to cast here would give you 7 levels of exhaustion.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. Can you see why I did the 10 levels of exhaustion narrative thing now rather than fucking classic for 2014 5e? Or the 2024 version? Because 10 levels allows me to fucking play with it without, like, absolutely decimating you in every respect. You know?
Oh, God, that's so bad. Shit.
It is bad. But you can see my workaround now. You can cast a higher level spell, but you better not get to exhaustion 11. Because that's death.
How long do the potions last?
Without casting, it will remain in your system for 1 hour.
And after casting?
After casting, it's gone. It's a one-off.
So we immediately get the exhaustion after, or is like...
Yeah. It essentially gives you a spell slot, and then just once you use that spell slot, it's gone.
Oh, boy.
It's like a fortifying magicka potion, You're just giving yourself more magicka because you accidentally bought that spell that it just requires just 20 more magicka than you technically have, and you're just so mad because you want to cast Firestorm, and that fucking troll over there is just pissing you off. So you pop a fortified magicka potion, you get that 20 magicka, and you cast it, and you feel so good. And then you're just like, now I have no magicka. So it's like that, essentially, but 5e-ized. And it allows me to also work how I'm going to do magicka potions in Esper, so. So if this works well, I'll figure out a way to incorporate it into Esper properly. But first, get them back. Because if you were to do this before, they will be dead by the time you are ready to take him on.
I'm sorry for the typewriter. I recently got a new keyboard.
I can't hear it.
Oh, thank God. The chat
Yeah, I
probably
can't hear it
can.
at all.
I love that noise suppression. Yeah, 9th level spell means you get 9 levels of exhaustion, which means you have 1 level of exhaustion to play with. And it take 9 days to work off. Yeah.
Summon bird immediately has to sleep for 7 days.
Look at this beautiful cardinal I summoned.
I'm a dog.
I'm a dog. I'm moving different.
Someone's a toucan. Passes out.
Look at this pretty owl. I'm gonna go take a nap now. So yeah, there is a way. You are just gonna be super fucking tired. Because you're pushing your body beyond its limits by a lot. Because keep in mind, Thorn, is that 9th level spells are reality warping, which is why I changed the way that your amulets work a little bit. Because I think it's absolutely silly that a $250 gold amulet can block reality warping spells. What the fuck? And after a minute, she puts a hand on your shoulder. Do not panic. I am constantly keeping tabs on them.
How?
They could not reply back. But when I did use a sending spell, it did connect. But something's blocking them. They are alive. Go. She drops the dome. And you guys see Taliesin and Cassandra pop out of nowhere.
The shadow pops off of Talisin's back. And he has dropped like the hide visage thing, or hide features. So it's just the black eyes again. And he looks between the members of the party individually. We have a way in.
They couldn't hear any of this. They have no fucking idea what you're talking about.
Yeah. We have a way into the Imperial City. It's where Hurricane took my father and my brother. And as he's like looking at everyone, he has probably the coldest stare that you have seen him with. It's a little unnerving.
How close were they to the house?
Just down the side street a little bit,
Okay,
next to it.
Tiny's not there. He's still helping the soldiers pull rubble until someone calls him.
She'd send a message like right away when Taliesin.
I
Well,
will
they-
say, Tiny, there are several bodies in the rubble.
Anyone alive?
No.
Okay. He then like kind of just helps whatever guard push bodies outside and then just keeps diving back in until he gets Alara's message.
They're
He's
all
just,
servants of the house.
he's just
No.
covered in ash. He's like, what's happening?
They're back at Taliesin. Just come as soon as you can.
Okay. And he comes running over and yeah, like head to toe black in ash like he's been in a fire.
He looks at you, Thribby, in a very monotone voice, and he again gives you that cold look. Anyone alive?
Found. Sorry.
He got them too. Damn.
Unfortunate.
So much bloodshed.
So we are gonna have to go after him.
Whether we like it or not. I don't know what's gonna happen, but we have to go to White Gold Tower.
Hmm.
And
Bring
then
my husband and my son back. She
Whatever.
walks back off to the scene to oversee it.
Whatever happens, I have to go there as well.
we'll get your sister, don't worry.
Whatever happens, I'm just glad you are all at my side.
Agree.
He
You set
then-
off?
Yeah.
Or
He as they're walking back, he would explain what was told to him. The whole thing
And
about.
walk like
Go ahead.
trying to remember exactly where the
Farron
entrance
looks
was.
ridiculously determined, like he's just tunnel vision right at the
If you
Imperial
are,
City.
if you are referencing the spots in where the
Yeah,
entrances,
where
it's
the-
actually up here.
Okay.
I remember because I
So we'll
played
just-
recently.
Yeah, I've been playing recently, but I just, like, when I leave that, I don't pay attention to the map. I just go, Alien Ruin! Run toward it.
Yep, that little aisle is
Mhm.
is where the Alien Ruin actually is. So
Yeah.
Alien,
You guys head out, get back in your cart. It is game time, guys. You take the small road that leads around the outside all the way to here. And you can see in the distance across the water an old gated grate with the sigil of the Empire on it. A little rusty, but not too bad. And just across from that, Alien ruins and a little dock. Do you go toward it?
yes,
And this is where Farron would come into play because you are a thief and you've been operating in Cyrodiil, so you would know the sewers a little bit.
Yep, that's true.
And I would assume on the ride over to the correct location and getting to this island, are you just gonna swim or are you gonna? I know, like I could just picture Caldron just diving and just like dolphins swimming across the water, but what about the rest of you?
Yeah, Farron would.
There's like
Would also probably.
there's like a rowboat nearby, right?
Sure, why not?
Okay, cool.
I'll just say Caldron swims because push the Malmer in the water.
Tiny will be on roll duty.
Are you there, Grim?
I don't want to be on the packed rowboat.
You want to be on the packed rowboat, not
I
embracing the. Okay,
don't.
you're gonna dolphin swim. Understood.
Yep. I'm gonna jump off the surface of the water.
It's literally like fucking
Whee!
50 feet.
You just like Free Willy jumping out of the water and then doing a breach splash down in.
Jump, Willie, jump!
Jump, Willy! In context of 2025, that sounds very wrong. It's Free Willy, but instead it's just Caldron.
Real.
Whee! There's a
Oh.
gift for you.
So Soul. I typed it in the chat, but it's a very small thing that's kind of important. So remember that ornate dagger that Taliesin had from the very beginning of the campaign after they got it from the mine?
Mm-hmm.
He's sharpening that the entire time
Okay.
they're traveling to Imperial City. And I mean like to a fine point so that it can actually kill someone.
Did you happen to pick Ronnie Moss fur off of it, or
Yes, of
leave it
course.
there?
No, he took that off like a while ago and put it back where
Oh,
the
yeah,
tomb
okay.
was. Yeah.
Okay. Is there was like a little snag of fur stuck
Yeah.
That's messed up.
What if he just wants to keep a piece of her with him?
Look. Aww. Yeah, Arclane totally wanted to do that.
He was jealous.
He was jealous. He that's why he left the fur on the dagger. I messed up. Anyways,
God.
you row you row across the water, and there before you is a locked gate. And you were given a spell scroll if you want to use it, or Farron can pick the lock. Because keep in mind, you're still using a spell slot. You might want to hang on to that.
He looks at the spell scroll and then looks at Farron.
I got this.
He smiles, though his gaze is still very cold. I don't think I want to give the privilege of using one of my mother's scrolls when I have someone better to do the job for me.
Ooh.
Aw.
Look, she was being as
Inspiration?
nice as she could be to you.
He is
For a
still
jealous bitch.
bitter.
Yeah, I know.
That mom was nice.
Yeah, I know. I was expecting her to be a meaner.
Anyways,
You like your
so
stepmom, sorry.
as Farron rolls Thieves tools for that, I want to tell you, I am going to bring you right up to the fight, and then we're ending because this is going to take a while, and this needs to be reserved for next session.
Fair enough.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna roll now.
And so the chat knows I do have a series of rules when it comes to Anchorite fights or Manamarco fights. When comes to the Anchorites, 2 out session is canceled because I need almost all hands on deck for this to run. Because there's a lot of moving parts. I tend to make my major boss fights mechanically intensive because I like to make my players think. When it comes to Manamarco, everyone must be present because I don't like anyone missing out on the finale, essentially. Okay?
The big.
We good? We good,
Yeah.
chat? Awesome. Chat's quiet. We like that. No.
Yeah.
Can I roll now?
Hi, guys. We love you, chat. Hey. Did you roll it yet, or did you just
Yep,
sit there
we got it.
it. Okay. Easily
32.
enough. I mean, what the fuck? You rolled an 18. If I said that doesn't work, I would worry.
Yeah, dog.
You step in.
He's bustling
And-
with determination right now. He's bristling.
Just absolutely bristling like, we gotta get him. We're gonna fucking get him.
Pretty much.
You guys head in. And it smells dank. Smells nasty. And now you know what Lynette felt like.
Is the friendly rat there?
There's a rat there. You kill it. It's dead. You're
No.
level 14. It's like a quarter.
No, he's supposed to be friendly. We're leaving him alone.
Marshall!
Oh, by the way, there's that mud crab that just attacks you the moment you get out of there.
Marshall.
I think the shadow stomps on it.
Like, yeah, CR0 mud crab, it's gonna fucking die to a level 14 easily.
Been a while since I've smelled that smell. Oh.
But a while, I'm sorry. Sorry. It's critical role stuff. And you make your way through. And Farron, why don't you roll survival to see how quickly you get to the sewers at Emperor Greenway?
Oh boy. Not one of my better skills.
Yeah, you did pretty well. It takes you a minute. You after you get through the sewers underneath the prison and get underneath the walkway and into the ring of Imperial City proper, you stop for a moment. It's like, okay, what district was the prisons connected to again? Taliesin, that's where you would come in because you're from around here. Market District.
Market District, hun.
Alright, onward we go.
You lead onward. It's a little bit windy. There are gates that you have to go through, and in some portions you do have to walk in the water. Yuck.
Unfortunately, not unaccustomed to this.
Unfortunately, not accustomed to this. Cut back to 200 years ago, and Lynette was just scrubbing herself violently after leaving the sewers with soap.
Slow.
At least it doesn't have high fidelity soap.
I need soap. There's so much, it's everywhere.
So, still better than the Sewer and Resident Evil 2 remake.
Don't fucking
Anyways.
remind me.
Anyways, you guys managed to make yourself to Emperor Greenway, and above you, you do see a circle of a sewer cover. Who's
Jen-
gonna go up and take a look?
Me.
This is the perfect song for this section.
Have we not seen any people or
We're
In the
sewers.
sewer.
right, yeah, it's been quiet the entire time?
Yeah. You did run into a couple goblins, but those are so low level, I'm just saying you auto-killed them.
Okay, yeah. So now Tiny is covered in ash and blood, but he's just is there anything else that we need to be worried about, like traps, magic, or alarms?
We're walking into a trap, Thrippy. No.
Tiny, you mishear me. They didn't even get a hit off on you. You just ran over with the axe tails and
Oh no, yeah, he's taken their blood and he's added it to his war paint.
Goblins have rudimentary
Based.
traps, but they're so easy to deal with that they might as well not even count.
Steps on a pressure plate, sees the really slow ass fucking pendulum mace come out of
Yeah.
nowhere. It's the size of a fucking tennis ball.
You just
you get to
just
experience the log drop and reverse.
just slightly step out of the way and you're fine.
But no.
Okay.
Taliesin looks back to Thribby. Again, we're walking into a trap. There's not gonna be anything rudimentary or specific. He's probably wanting us to be there to face him. Wanting me to face him.
Understood.
Just be ready for worm cultists, if anything. Or guards.
Who's gonna climb up and peek?
Taliesin is.
You climb up the rusty, nasty rungs, and you slowly lift the sewer cover. Emperor Greenway is empty.
What the fuck?
There's no guards in front of the white gold tower.
He just goes all the way up then.
Follows.
You guys watch him just exit. And Taliesin, you look around. Emperor Greenway is empty.
Curious. Is it A, is it still raining? B, is there any noise?
It is still raining. All you can hear is the sound of rain
Is it the
hitting the stone.
Is it the same kind of silence that was in the Manamarco places?
Not. It's a similar silence, but not the same eerie feeling.
Okay.
It's almost as if there's just nobody there. It's like the middle of the night. It's in between guard shift changes. It's just quiet. That's why I said this soundtrack is perfect for this section. Because it's spooky and kind of encapsulates something eerie is going on here.
He looks down at the sewer grate and motions them up. It's clear. Surprisingly.
That's
Okay.
strange.
Creepy.
Quite a bit. Usually this place would be stacked with royal guards of the council, but there's no one.
As you guys climb up one by one, you do indeed see there's nobody here. Even the graves are undisturbed. And you would think with Necromancer around. And you can hear Glarier in the background. This is a trap. I'm my best Glarier.
This
is a
trap.
This is a trap.
Thank you. Thank you. This is a trap. I am Batman.
Batmer
Batmer. True, Batmer.
just stares at Glarier. Yes, I said that twice.
3 times, technically.
3 times technically.
The tarp. And there are the doors. As you circle around, you do come to the doors that lead into the White Gold Tower. No guards.
If you want to be extra about this, but I don't think he's... Do I know if Araclane's a showboaty asshole? Is he one for show?
You're unsure. That's
Okay.
the kind of person he presented himself as to you.
He presented himself as
You are
showboaty.
unsure.
Okay.
No, he did not present himself as
Oh,
showboaty.
Okay. He never presented himself as one for flair, but never can be too safe. Alira,
She'll put up a tech magic.
I did get a new aura ring mod put in because the other one is just... The author of the mod is not updating it at all, so...
I'm gonna use this feature to ritual pass it and save a slot.
It's a 30-foot radius, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Awakened Spellbook.
Yeah, I'm just using it to insta ritual cast it.
Oh, insta ritual cast. Understood. Because I was about to say, like, the 10 minutes you spend ritual casting that, nobody comes. It is that quiet. This is a trap. Okay. Do you enter the White Gold Tower?
Upon Alira's confirmation that there is no magic, yes. I don't like that.
If you want to show the chat the map. Because this is version 2. Sunday Monday game got a completely different looking map. Because I was still new to map making, so...
Wrong one.
And before you are the beautifully engraved doors with the red diamond, or the Amulet of King's diamond engraved on the front of the doors.
It's a big circle, so check the sides. And he points to the left and right.
What are we looking for?
Anyone. Anything. Make sure that there's nothing being on the outside to trap us in.
I need to make sure your visions are all good. So you now have 120 feet of dark vision.
Yeah, it should be automatic.
Alira... Yeah, Alira needs to be updated because now she has 60 feet of dark vision. Because of the goggles.
Soul, I can't see through.
Yeah, that I know.
Okay.
I know.
Oh,
Because there's no light source in that spot.
Oh, he'll pull out a torch.
Also need my shadow popped out.
Okay.
And his vision matches mine, so
Steve!
Hold up. Before we go in different directions, should we split the party? Like, I feel like we should go the same directions. I don't know.
I mean, I couldn't make it more obvious where Arclane is.
RP wise, the Talisman's just being he's going
Yeah.
into his Legate mode, so
Yeah, so Tiny would actually be like, hearing Alera say that's like, yeah, we should stick together. We're not sure what's gonna jump out at us.
They're headed the other direction. Maybe we should follow.
Agree.
Taliesin, you have been here, like, before?
mm-hmm.
When you went and saw Arclane in his office and all that, you know this is just a big ring around the outside of the Ruby Throne.
Yep.
With stairs down and stairs up. Behind a door.
And I know his office is like on the second floor, right? Quote unquote second
Yeah.
floor.
And if you... I could see you guys going to check the doors. Those are the stairs down. They are locked when you go to pull on the handle. Oh! Thank you, Caldron. Caldron, you hear? You hear in your head? I can see you.
You kind of just see
Oh?
Calvin freeze up.
What's wrong?
Yeah. Sorry.
You heard Arclane in your head saying, I can see you.
I can smell you.
I can smell you.
Well, I think all we can do with this
Cue
plan is
that
go
old
forward.
vine of like of the 3-year-old girl looking out the window, going, "I smell like beef." Millennial brain rot is great.
I just heard Arclane speak in my head saying he can see me.
Because I got a aura ring on him that only I can see when I mouse over him. Or his dead sight.
Ah.
Don't look at those deadlights.
Tanya turns to the couch and is like, well, let's go say hi then.
There's only one way to go, Tal, I'm afraid.
Wait till they come back. The Shade looks at Caldron.
But you guys went in deep enough to know there is nobody in the outer ring. And the doors are locked. In other words, that's the DM saying, "It's this way, dumbasses."
Railroading!
Maybe we free the hostages first before the fight.
Railroading, despite the fact I didn't railroad you once this entire game.
Taliesin looks at the group as he draws his sword. And he opens the door.
You see Arclane holding a mace that looks like a skull with spikes sticking out of it, and a dagger that looks a little bloody. "Please, come in. I would so love to talk to you. Maybe I could convince you what I couldn't convince you in your sleep." And you see your father and your brother on the floor. I'm gonna finish moving the rest of you in. I don't want you, like, fucking charging them immediately before, like, Nox can be here.
Imagine.
Yeah. It's like, dude, he gets to see before and rehear the monologue. You see your father and your brother on the ground, tied up, looking beat up to shit. Guards all around, the 4 royal guards around, dead in pools of their own blood. And you see the Emperor sitting back in his throne, neck sliced wide open, and a pool of blood at his feet. The ruby throne is stained in his blood. What do you think of my handiwork? Because after I kill you, he motions with the dagger around to the walls. This tower will be ours. You understand that, right? And you gave me a great tool. Well, technically, by the way, your father and your brother are still awake. Technically, you, Centis, gave me the tool of how to corrupt this tower easily and corrupt Xanathar's orb, and looks right at you, Alira.
Her eyes widen at that.
I am going to offer you one more time, Taliesin. Join us, and you get Ronnie Ma back.
There's a look in his face.
And these 2 live.
Oh. There's definitely a look in his face where he's like, again, offered that, and then he's looking to his father and his brother at the mention of, and these 2 live.
Your father looks at you like eyes wide. Run! And this is where we'll pick up next time, with a boss battle. The first of the Anchorites. I am excited. Mostly because the last time I ran this fight, the power gamer fucking ruined it and bullied me.
Boo.
Lame.
That
Boo to
sucks.
bullies.
Boo.
I was crying at the end.
Hopefully we can mitigate that by having me cry instead.
Or someone
Don't worry,
cries
we'll
tears
be
of
the
joy.
ones crying.
Yeah, we'll all cry for you.
All right, well, thank you guys for watching. We're gonna pick up in combat next session, which is next week. I'm scared.
I'm getting chills.
I need Nox's whimper, but he's not here. Anyway,
Does that work?
sure. We will see you guys next time. Expect the video up within a couple days. Hopefully on the weekend it'll be finished. But yeah, see you next time. Have a good night.